Test, test, ta 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 test, test, ta 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 test, test, test. How does my voice sound? Oh my god, I sure hope it's not bad. I need to change the text here. I sound a little quiet, you say. Okay. Let me, fiddle around with that then. Let's bring me up by 3 decibels. Test, test, test. Let's bring me up by 5 decibels. Test, test, test. 8, 1, 2, 3. Blah, 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 blah. Do, 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 do. Are we good? Are we better? Yeah, awesome. Thank you. Do 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 ba da 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 boom boom ba da 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 do 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 do. It absolutely kills me. It gives me a heart attack and clogs my arteries, and gives me a stroke whenever I just think about how the audio is always slightly different every time I stream, and I can't figure out why. Boom 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 boom. All right, I'm gonna go pee. Oh, I was gonna go pee, but then some new technical difficulties presented themselves. But in either case, I'm gonna go pee, take care of this technical difficulty, and then we'll get started. Do 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 do. All right. Oh, wait. Okay, I didn't fix 100% of all the technical difficulties I have in my life right now, because as you can see, I'm completely pitch black silhouetted against the sunset through the window in the background. How can I get me into frame here? Is it going to be brightness? Is it going to be contrast? Should it be gain? Wouldn't I want the gamma to be high, but the brightness to be low for solving this problem? Okay, you know what? I've overbloomed the background, but at least my face is coming through better. So we're gonna bring gain down a little bit. Okay, yeah, there we go, we're getting it. Brightness down No, brightness should stay the same. Contrast, little bit lower, not too much. Here we go. Good. Okay, I'm gonna keep it here. Hello, and welcome to the stream. My name is George. And trying to rhyme George with the word stream is something that I found relatively impossible in the past 10 seconds. For this stream today, I'm going to be begging the audience, once again, desperately for a pittance of donations that can help out with the financially demanding chunk of bullshit that I've entered in my life. I am taking care of my elderly mother, while also being broke in the process, because the older boomers in the family with more money are refusing to, because she has said mean things to them in the degraded mental state that she has aged into here. And they have taken those comments very, very personally. Please, you know, all of us have parents. For those of you who still have parents that are alive, expect that to start happening. When they when parents get old, like, family drama gets worse. Brothers and siblings will just end up eating each other completely apart. Whatever grudges they might have had when raising siblings compared to raising you will come out back again harshly. If your family is somewhat like mine, at least, you know, disclaimer there. Yeah, prepare for that. Prepare to start coming up with some wacky ideas for fundraising streams to help chip in for all the money you're going to be spending on not only the elder care and the logistics for elder care, but for some chunks of this, essentially an entire second person's grocery and food budget in general. And also time, of course. I don't think I think about that one as much because I do have more time than I have other resources in my life. But yeah, time and money are very stressed right now. So I am helping soothe that stress by playing Metal Gear games in front of an audience and begging them for money while doing it. And I'm also providing my wonderful 13 years worth of Metal Gear trivia into the experience here. However, Metal Gear Solid Ghost Babel on the Game Boy here is going to be quite a unique experience to go through. I have not actually played this game all the way through, or like very much. I've played, I want to say, the first 90 minutes, hour and a half or so. I have a nice little emulation machine. I've booted it up. I've rolled around in my bed with my little portable emulation machine every now and then and played a few sessions of Ghost Babel, but I've never actually seen the story all the way to the end, and during those sessions, I skipped the story cutscenes because I wanted to save myself for later when I would really seriously commit to it someday, some year. This is the day. This is the year. This is when it's going to happen. I'm finally going to knock out Ghost Babel, and it's going to be fun. I've never been disappointed with the little bits of it I've played so far, but this game does have really, really high praise from fans about it. The way a lot of Metal Gear fans talk about Ghost Babel is the way I talk about Metal Gear 2, as a sort of admirable example of how true to the fancy AAA 3D games they can kind of demake it into a 2D pixel art game on a much more underpowered platform. What's also going to be interesting here is that the pros and cons of comparing the Game Boy Color hardware to the MSX2 hardware is going to be really interesting too. We have background scrolling in this game. That's, I think, going to raise some interesting questions about how exactly far guards can see and where exactly I should be interpreting what the danger zone is going to be with some hazards compared to the MSX games where there's no scrolling. But we got, like, better background scrolling, worse everything else in terms of just the raw technological power this thing can push. I think it's pretty funny that an attempt at a narratively intensely story-driven Metal Gear game was made on this platform when the screen resolution of the Game Boy only allows like 2 lines of text, if even. Okay, the screen resolution only allows like maybe 6 words of text per screen. So the writing would have had to be a hell of a lot more compressed. The way that the story is being told is through still arts, but the still art tries to take a somewhat cinematic direction where they try to have interesting angles appearing at you when you're looking at your 7 words of story text on the screen. The music is gonna be really interesting. Sound chip is more underpowered than the MSX. Screen resolution's way lower than the MSX. As a Game Boy Color game, they sure did use the word color a lot in the marketing for this stuff, but the palette is remarkably low. I mean, I don't know if it's like, it might even be lower than what the NES was capable of. Game Boy Color games nowadays through modern eyes look excessively garish. There will be a lot of huge blocks of just one solid color. They didn't have a lot of colors to work with. They couldn't put very many colors on the screen at once. However, when you feel it in your fingers, it's going to feel a little more faster and responsive and smoother than the MSX games. Owing to maybe that even though it had all these setbacks, the Game Boy was at least a computer dedicated first and foremost to playing games where high frame rates and fast responsiveness were more of a priority over the stuff the MSX was built to do, where it was a computer, not a gaming console, and thus not prioritizing such features as smooth background scrolling and high frame rates and fast, quick, fluid, responsive controls. Before I start it up again, let me also check chat for some Q&A here. How are we pronouncing the title? The British say Babel, which in my opinion sounds better than the American Babel. Jammy Hopper, this is probably a question that also digs into why they renamed it for the North American audience. The word Ghost Babel, Ghost Babel, right, Babel. Babel's gonna sound weirder with the North American accent than the international British English one. That might be the explanation right there. You know, I was starting up this stream thinking that it would be a really fun, interesting question to constantly ask the audience why they decided to just name this Metal Gear Solid in the States when Ghost Babel is such a cooler name. It is so cool. That is such a cool name. But to kids in North America speaking in a North American accent and thinking in a North American accent, who also might not be quite aware of like what I'm going to get into, the mythology and etymology behind the title, might just be the simplest explanation. I hope this game has something to do with language. It's called Ghost Babel, and I feel like 15 years ago when I was a dumb kid, I would think it was a dumb name, because when you say the word babble, it evokes babies babbling. It sounds like a baby word. It sounds like baby talk. It sounds like some goo goo gaga stuff. Babble, babble, goo goo gaga, babble, babble. This is not an accident. The word babble here is etymologically rooted to the Tower of Babel story in the Bible, which is ironically not etymologically related to the Tower of Babel. Yeah, the Bible is etymologically related to bibliographies and the Latin languages words for libraries of bibliotheca. Babel, the Tower of Babel, is etymologically related to the Babylonian Empire, and also the modern word babble, when a baby babbles, when someone's babbling on. That's supposed to evoke the story from the Bible. So I hope that this game has something to do with language, because Metal Gear Solid 5 certainly did, and the title cannot be an accident. And saying Babel, 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 Babel or Babel, Babel is probably closer to the proper Mesopotamian or ancient Hebrew for the biblical author's way of saying it, Babel. But nowadays modern Americans say Babel, which sounds so stupid they decided to change the whole name of the game, and I suppose the British would say Babel, or Babel. I don't know. Either way, let's see what the next question is. So yeah, despite these technical setbacks, we have a lot of compliments about the sound and the art. Whatever technology they had to work with for this Metal Gear game, I'm guessing they made the best of it, which is so typical for Metal Gear, right? Am I about to get blown away by technological capabilities the Game Boy was not intended to put off. I derailed my train of thought again reading some messages. Right, Steady Pace says, absolutely, it is the best looking Metal Gear game in terms of art direction. Those beautiful saturated colors get me every time. This is going to be really interesting. Maybe a different way of seeing pixel art. Because with the bit of Ghost Babel that I've played, compared to the MSX games, I mean, it'll probably grow on me. I can't fully say from actually properly consuming this game. Like, I've seen some shots of it that look phenomenal, but the actual frame-to-frame, minute-to-minute gameplay didn't necessarily give me very positive first impressions when I played this before. Welcome to the sad stream, Daxons. George, if you're streaming so often because of being cast-strapped, like you said on Metal Gear Solid 1 Soliton, can you bring back George Socks, please? So, the nice thing about streaming is that the money is going to come in faster for, like, a maybe faster paced emergency where a substantial amount of money is needed real fast. This is going to happen faster than George Sucks. I also just don't fully know if, like, the audience is going to be there for George Sucks. I also have to make a stupid commercial for George Sucks. It seems weirdly tackier than the streams. I don't know, definitely something to be thinking about. But my first initial gut thought in my gut for how to raise a whole bunch of money quickly a few months ago was definitely streaming Metal Gear over the George Socks. I should be considering that, shouldn't I? Something about it just makes me feel guiltier or iffier than the Metal Gear streams. Hey, Jamie Hopper, thanks for the $5. Already extended George monologue regarding title. You should be a codec contact for Snake. I can't wait to do the voice acting for this, especially since I'm going through the story for the first time. You can only go through a story the first time once, and it always hits harder the first time, right? Linguistics talk is like candy for my ears. Yes, Ron Cinephile, welcome back, and it totally is. I feel like if you actually seriously want to discover the meaning of life, you should get into etymology and linguistics a bit. The voice in your head is reading out a narration of your life like the narrator of a book, and having a deeper understanding of what language the voice in your head is using to make you think the thoughts that you think is necessary for understanding what you are doing with your brain and your body, and as you pilot them through this universe of ours. The lack of lighting on the screen. Right, yes, we're getting into another thing about technology and colors. The lack of lighting on the screen means GBC games have a very distinct look color-wise to make sure it was visible. Yeah, and I actually can correct for that in the emulator. Yes, this is totally another thing worth mentioning. The reason why Game Boy Color games look so saturated, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not because of a limitation of palette of the amount of colors that the screen can display and how many it can display at once. Maybe it is more compensation for the lack of backlighting, how you were supposed to play it in daylight or shine a flashlight on it at night when you played your Game Boy games as a kid. So the bump up in capabilities going from Game Boy to Game Boy Color was especially underwhelming. Like, by technological specifications, the Game Boy Color is a different platform than the Game Boy, but it's a very, very minor leap up. And when you were a kid playing these at home, the experience was not fundamentally different between the two platforms. The Game Boy Color games didn't, even when you had a light shining on the screen and could see the colors, they looked weird, they looked oversaturated, it looked a little strange compared to your home console games, the way they used colors. So, like, the marketing was stressing that they could display colors on the Game Boy Color so hard. The box art for Game Boy Color games versus Game Boy games have, like, a multicolored crayon scribble to sell the concept. And there's no backwards compatibility. It was treated as a completely different platform that you could not play original Game Boy games on, even though the colors turned out to not really be that big of a deal after all. But anyways, let me click the options thing here and see if I have a option. Game Boy Colorizer hack requires restart? Maybe that's what Visual Boy Advance is doing here. Game Boy Color option, LCD filter. Wonder what those could be about. The Game Boy Advance also has similar... I got my bilinear filtering turned on. I wonder if I should be turning that off for a Game Boy game compared to a game you're supposed to play on a screen with scan lines and interlacing. We'll experiment. When the gameplay begins, I'll turn bilinear filtering off and see what I like. But for now, before the cutscene begins, to make sure I'm getting a proper interpretation of the artistic vision that the developers are intending here, let me hit this Game Boy Color option and a restart and see if that makes at least the logos look a little different. Not getting my hopes up. Oh, I also have to press the unpause button. Oh, yeah, it looks a little more undersaturated. Yes, I already see the difference. That is a paler red. That is a not quite an intense... Oh, let me pause. Not quite as intense a blood... super duper red. Blood red that it was last time. Yeah, you could... They really want you to know that logo is red. They're not skimping on how red that color was. Every damn Jake Paul wannabe on Earth sells branded t-shirts for $100. Don't be ashamed of your socks and deeds. I swear you could play Game Boy games on the game. Yes, sorry, I might have said it wrong. It might have been the reverse direction. You could not play Game Boy Color games on the original Game Boy games. I think that's how my memory has it. Could be wrong. I might just be saying something flat out wrong on the internet again, but there were backwards compatibility issues. I think that issue in particular was that color games couldn't be played on black and white Game Boys. You definitely could play GB. Right. Yeah, sorry. Vice versa. I got it backwards. Other way around. Or am I still wrong? Is it a game-by-game basis thing? And Mazero here is saying that some GBC games could be played on a black and white Game Boy, Link's Awakening DX being one of them. Oh my god, I swear, I have memories of like trying to pop these things back and forth as a kid and getting weird results. Okay, maybe blanket statements about backwards compatibility are what's wrong here. Maybe it was inconsistent on a game-per-game basis. I think Metal Gear Solid is one of them. I don't think you could play this on a black and white Game Boy. You had here it is. You had clear cartridges that were incompatible with Game Boy, then black cartridges that could. That's the... Okay. Yeah, so... I might have said two wrong things on my way to this point of there basically being a mess of per-game titling issues with the backwards compatibility of the Game Boy to Game Boy Color and the step up in technological capabilities not being a real game-changing jump. Game Boy to Game Boy Advance was a big jump. Game Boy to Game Boy Color was not such a big jump. Thank God we got that sorted out. Yes, very important. Now that we have the extremely important issue of 100% true factual statements about the backwards compatibility of 30-year-old toys for children out of the way, let's begin Metal Gear Solid Ghost Babel with some incredibly bad sound effects of this plane here. Are we coming through? Yeah, I see the meters and OBS are moving. All right. Oh, yeah, see how he has that outline around him compared to the background? It's been a long time, Snake. Didn't expect to see you again. Drink? Word choice, word budget. He didn't say, can I offer you a drink? He just said drink. Single malt, straight up and neat. If I remember right. Also, this game had an E rating. That begs some interesting questions. That you do. This house? Built it myself. Didn't know you were a carpenter. This is going slow. You know, it's already been 3 years since you left. How's Alaska been treating you? Colonel, did you come all the way out here with the cavalry to make small talk with me? Trouble, huh. Also, yeah, really cool effect with the laser rifle snipers on him. The Metal Gear Solid 1 briefing files have something similar going on, but they are easier to miss in the busyness of the high-resolution, more detailed artwork. The world is on the brink of a nuclear holocaust. We came to request your help. Request? As if I have the choice to refuse. You do. I know too well that you can't be ordered or coerced. But you'll say yes because you need to. Let me tell you about it first. A week ago, a C-5 Galaxy transport plane on a classified mission to South America vanished. Terrorists? Of course. But the problem is what it was carrying. Nuke. Yes, and some. Huh? Metal Gear. Yeah! Oh, I hit the microphone. What? Nuclear-capable, bipedal armored vehicle designed to realize the possibility of nuclear strikes. Gotta speed this up. From anywhere on the planetary surface. The devil's candy of mass destruction to change the meaning of nuclear warfare. And it was on that plane. But yes, you destroyed Metal Gear in Outer Heaven 7 years ago. But the US government recognized the strategic advantages of Metal Gear and secretly extracted the data from Outer Heaven. The development continued, just under a different flag. They're doing a Shinkawa theater right now! This is an exposition dump with the camera slowly sliding across key art. The South American hop was probably for a field exercise. Christ. Metal Gear's researchers were also on board. The idea of Metal Gear and terrorist hand goosed Washington into finding out its new location in just a week came in today. Where? Gindra. The audio cues and the panning was really cool. Central Africa, fairly small. I heard there was a civil war going on an armed uprising by a separatist ethnic minority. That narrows it down, and that peacekeeping troops were deployed. So the hermit keeps up with the news. Metal Gear is in the hands of the armed separatist group Gindra Liberation Front, commonly known as the GLF. Their leader is General Augustine Eguaban, charismatic and armed to the teeth. They operate out of a virtually impregnable fortress, Gallowade, in the mountains. Neither the Gindran government nor the UN can get to them. We also have intel that they recently hired several top-class mercenaries as consultants. We suspect that the mercenaries executed the Metal Gear hijacking. So they plan to win their independence by threatening nuclear strikes with Metal Gear. Sounds familiar. Big Boss keeps trying to found these little microstates that use nukes for sovereignty. Snake, come with me to Gindra. We need you. We need the legend. Don't call me that. I know all the names for a killer, and that's one of them. A military dictatorship in possession of Metal Gear? Damn it. You know they won't hesitate to push that button. This game should not have been rated E, I can already tell. That was a fluke. That was a mistake. The ESRB screwed up. They can't win them all. The Colonel saying damn it made a lot of 7-year-old boys pretty happy here. And millions will die. Colonel, I'm not in Foxhound anymore. You're saying you won't go? Why can't you leave me alone? Alaska's quiet, and my life is good here. You won't change your mind. No. Even if I tell you that the Fortress Gallowade, GLF's home base, was once called Outer Heaven? What? The very same place where you went to war 7 years ago, destroyed Metal Gear, and became the legend. Is there a connection? I don't know. But the fact is, there is Metal Gear in Outer Heaven. You believe in coincidence? I believe in conspiracy. And you want me to find out. I'm asking you to join me. If the past is at your heels, you turn around and face it. Am I wrong? End it, once and for all. It's all back there in Outer Heaven. Tell me about this mission. Your mission is to infiltrate the Fortress Gallowade, rescue the hostages, and neutralize Metal Gear before its assembly is complete. Steve Gardner, the National Security Advisor. Steve Gardner. We're going to Metal Gear and talking to guys with North American and Latin American names. He's in command of this mission. Gardner himself. America's best-kept secret just got hijacked and may be used in a terrorist attack. Who else? A national crisis, in fact. A global one, I'd say. And one more thing. The Army's Delta Force is already in Galloway, carrying out the mission in concert with them. Whose bright idea was this? John Parker, Army Chief of Staff. Top Army brass, huh? Metal Gear's development was under Army control. They of course want to do something about the situation themselves. In addition, 4 people will serve as you backup personnel via the codec. First, Mei Ling. Awfully young. Doesn't look like a soldier. PhD candidate at MIT. Incidentally, she developed the new radar and codec system you'll be using. She's in charge of mission logs, saving as well. When you have a question about the radar or the codec, or you need to log in, which we mean save, contact her at frequency 140.96. Brian McBride, Africa Desk, Director of Operations, Central Intelligence Agency. CIA. This absolutely sounds like the kind of situation we can trust. Don't look so disgusted. McBride effectively planned this mission and has expert knowledge of Gindran affairs. Ask him about the mission, GeoLef, or Gindran environment if you need to. Frequency is 141.52. Ronard Linsenbrick. Ronard? Is this Ronard? Ronard Lisenbark. I was going to look it up and see if that's like a translation mistake, but let's just keep going. A mercenary. I've heard of him. Word is he's about trustworthy as a weasel. But he's good. Some say as good as Solid Snake, the legend. So why isn't he working in the field in this one? The US government apparently has more trust in you. I doubt that. Anyway, Weasel's a player in the mercenary circle. He's well up on soldiers of fortune from all over the world, and we know that GeoLef contracted some major ones. If you run across a live one, get a Weasel on the codec. He'll have something useful for you. I have field control of this mission. Frequency is 140.85. If anything happens, contact me ASAP so I can stay on top of it. Colonel, didn't you retire from Foxhound 2 years ago? Why this mission? No one can carry out this mission but you. I was only called in because I know you well. And that's all? I also have a score to settle with the past. We all have our shadows, Snake. Snake, we've arrived over outer heaven. Galloway. There's even a briefing section where it like cuts to and forward from the airplane, the entry method. Ready to descend. We're counting on you. I know. It's all back here. That was pretty good. That was a pretty good intro. I am impressed at how how easily I was able to visualize a fully funded AAA Hideo Kojima cutscene. There was a briefing, there was a Shinkawa theater. Snake says the same thing the last guy said, huh? And a little run through of our team of support buddies. Let's get going. This is awesome. We're starting real strong here. I hope I don't accidentally skip the cutscenes though by trying to bump the text box, trying to speed up the text boxes so that I can make sure to voice everyone's character well. I'm also not going to be doing any special challenges. I'm going to try to kill as few people as possible. Ashvark, why do you call it a Shinkawa theater when it's a Ken Burn effect? I call it a Shinkawa theater because of a tendency in Metal Gear Solid 3 interviews. Kojima has used that term in interviews to amusingly refer to the chunks of cutscenes where you just scroll across concept art. This is Snake. Colonel, can you hear me? Loud and clear, Snake. Successful Halo landing, I see. Nothing like skydiving at dawn. Present location, 3 kilometers south of Fortress as planned. Heavy security, sentries ahead. Snake, make sure you stay out of their sight. Watch the radar to keep track of enemy movements. I'll go over it again just in case. Wait, let me move my windows around. See the radar at the top right? The large dot is you. The others are enemy troops. Oh, nice footstep noises. Please do a vaguely... I am trying my hardest not to be vaguely Got it? I'm trying to be slightly... Let's call it a slight ethnic while I'm increasing my pitch to try to be more feminine. Once you've been detected by the enemy, the radar will be non-operational. Be careful. Your mission is to infiltrate Gallowade, work with Delta Force to rescue the researchers, and destroy Metal Gear. Orders will be relayed via the codec. My frequency is 140.85. Call if anything turns up. To use the codec, just press the select button, and then the start button. We'll be in touch. Right, I remember that. You gotta press them both at the same time, because the Game Boy had like 2 buttons to work with. We'll be in touch. When a call sounds, push the select button to receive. Raise me on frequency 140.96 when you need to save. Ooh, I hope there's gonna be proverbs. First, get to the front of the fortress. Cut northward through the jungle you're in. Roger that. So, we have punch. B is not doing anything. Start is the crawl button. That's, okay, here we go. Items and weapon selects. We got codecs. So there's a cigarette here. They call them foggers. Because, yeah, okay, what's the... How do I actually... Do I select to pause the game? Does that make guards stop moving? I also need to lower my volume. I can't hear myself speak very well right now. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. So, the guards paused. Okay, good. That's good. So, the... This is funny. So instead of, like, pressing the start button to pause the game, I'm gonna be bringing up the item and weapon menu to pause the game, like you do when you're a really hardcore, super experienced Metal Gear Solid player. We have no weapons at the moment, right? Punch, yeah. So A is punch, B is gonna be the weapon button. I should turn the fogger off for now. I feel that scrolling through all the weapons and items that I'm gonna need is gonna be pretty rough with the one weapon per line situation going on. I also am quite amused that they implement the wall press here. Ooh, that's like some really cool looking framing too. The way the frame of the game screen was kind of following the guard up and down as both of us were moving together in sync with one another. Some good visual cohesion here. Sweet. All right. Let's see what's to the right. Oh, can I tap? Yes. I also feel like I am hearing a much more simpler soundscape than in the MSX games. Yeah, the music the Game Boy's cranking out right now definitely has less layers of instrumentation and audio effects going on compared to the MSX. It's still a good track, don't get me wrong. I'm not talking shit on it, just gauging what level of technology we're working with so I can adjust my expectations accordingly. Ration, I should equip that, shouldn't I? Recovers life, B to use, keep one handy. Okay, yeah, so we're talking about the story and some translation stuff going on. Is there camouflage happening? I was pressing into that wall, waiting for the other guard up ahead to move away, but when I saw a little solid snake down there pressed up against some bushes and some trees with the guard on the way, like, MGS3 muscle memory was coming into play, and like I was thinking in my head, oh shit, is my camo high enough? Is my camo high enough? I'm gonna try to keep as many guards alive as possible, and I don't know. I'm gonna try to play the game like a normal person. I'm not gonna play the game like a kid playing Metal Gear for the first time. I'm also not gonna play like a super duper hardcore Metal Gear veteran who's gonna absolutely stick to some non-lethal, no alert European extreme style moves here. I'm just gonna play like an improvisational, naturalistic sort of playstyle. I will try to kill as few guards as possible and raise as few alerts as possible, but if things start going bad... Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. This actually screwed me up the last time I played this game, whether or not I'm hidden underneath those little notches of bushes up there. So I'm gonna reduce the risk I was taking and wait for him to go all the way to the southern edge of this route he's on to go get the... What's it gonna be? Is that ammo? Kinda looks like ammo. I hope it's not. No, this is a gun, I remember. Yeah, 5.7, a handgun. Equip, fire with B button. Let's not equip that yet. The guards will hear me. I remember that happening in this game. I think I am safe if I press in here. I don't know if I'm safe if I'm, like, pressed outside of this little nook. So, yeah, first time I played this game a couple years ago, that was the first guard who'd spot me, was that guy. I'd get spotted trying to get the 5.7 out of some ambiguity over whether or not they could see through the hiding space I used that time. So, yeah, dun 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 dun, I feel somewhat accomplished for getting that undetected, unlike last time. Oh, look at that, there's a little bit of simulated depth. If you press B while hugging the wall, the camera will move. Ooh. Ooh! Ha 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 ha! That's awesome! It's the peak. The Metal Gear Solid 2 style peak. So this game came out and was developed between... I got two dots ahead of me. I'm gonna be a little careful about hitting those. I'm not trying to hit those dots too early. And I think I can hide in the grass too. Yeah. This game was developed between Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2. Can he hear this? No, he can't hear this. I'm silent. Cool. So there's a interesting mix of features between the two, and also the fact that this is technically not a Hideo Kojima game. The gameplay timeline of it being in between the first two major Metal Gear Solid games meant that Kojima was busy working on Metal Gear Solid 2. There was a different team working on this one, and it came out perfectly fine. This game will provide some interesting points for the debate over just how truly, absolutely, positively, almost orthodoxly necessary Hideo Kojima and his name is on a Metal Gear game, because there are a few good Metal Gear games that are not Kojima games. More importantly, to a point that I think I've gotten in trouble about before, is that this game is Tomo Fukushima, Tomokazu, Tomozaku, Tomo something, Tomo Fukushima. Hideo Kojima's trusty co-writer for the first three Metal Gear Solid series wrote this one alone, and first three Metal Gear Solid games wrote these alone, and there's always a question in the background of those first three games and how well those stories come off, and how cumbersome and maybe hollow and shallow for Peace Walker and V come out. I'm not going to include Peace Walker in that. Yeah, writing takes a downturn after Fukushima leaves the main Metal Gear Solid team to be a QA tester afterwards. Sounds like quite a demotion. I wonder if that had something to do with an internal conflict between, of course, the Konami bosses and the creatives, and then also between Kojima and Fukushima himself. It brings up questions over who was responsible for the high quality of writing in those first 3 games, or even if that is an appropriate question to be asking in a very, very complicated, highly technological team project that video game development is. Yeah, the co-writer who is there for the well-written Metal Gear Solid games is the one writer for this one. And, I want to check to see if there's anything important to be getting on the right here. And while the nature of game design and game development and how inelegantly that can mesh with typical writing exercises is a question I don't think can be very easily answered by... I also don't think it's realistic to pin the blame of... Let me take a breath and then go back down. To pin either the blame or the praise on just one person in either of these cases. It could very well be the case that the combination of those two is what gave the first 3 games their magic. But what is an interesting contradiction to both sides of those debates is that the magic is absolutely there in Metal Gear Solid 2 without Fukushima. And according to what I have heard over and over again from many good fans whose tastes are the similar as mine, the magic is also here in Ghost Babel without Kojima. I would also say that the magic is definitely there in Metal Gear Rising without Kojima. Dun 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 dun. That was a cute little stinger. Dun dun dun. Why did it give me a terrible rank? Yeah, so fans in the chat who know how the scoring system works, that took me less than 10 minutes. I was never spotted. I didn't kill anyone. I didn't take any damage, and I still got a terrible rank. That tracks, though. That tracks. Every time you play a Metal Gear game, you always get a worse rank than you want during your first time through. So, we also have stages. There's like some quiet time between stages here. Let's see what chat says between the stages while I'm waiting here. That pressing B while hugging the wall to move the camera is so cool. That's awesome. Super impressive through the GBC, yeah, definitely. Sam Fisher's pistol. He uses a 5.57? I played the first 3 or 4 stages of this recently. You can belly crawl in the mud and the grass. You can hide in the mud. Oh shit, he's a Pokemon. I've always been super confused by the title. Like, what the hell is a Ghost Babel? Well, from some key arts, it looks like the fortress we're infiltrating is a really tall tower. So there's some parallels between the Tower of Babel and the tower we're infiltrating. The Metal Gear Solid games also like to think about language sometimes. The Metal Gear Solid 5 story, the villain's master plan to take over the world is to infect people who speak any language other than English, so he can be a evil Western imperialist about it. That's not the only thing the villain was up to in Metal Gear Solid 5. He also had far stupider plans, but that's the only one I like to think about and remember. There is the very interesting choice to go with like Gaelic for the opera in Metal Gear Solid 1. A lot of tragic backstories involve characters being raised in cultural environments they're unfamiliar with, where they can't speak the language and have trouble because of that. This game being a Metal Gear game and having a story about the power of language and a level design that has you infiltrating up a really high tower seems like it would fit. Is Metal Gear Solid Ghost Babel. You're playing as a ghost-like sneaky character who's sneaking your way up against a tall Tower of Babel-like structure. You think this game was written, or that it could be written, between 2 and solid worst-case scenario compared to Fukushima's later Acid games that are firmly in an alternative timeline? I don't know if you watch Thor High Heels, but they call the stuff that Fukushima wrote the Gurlagon verse. Ooh, this is like beyond me. Yeah, okay. Fukushima also wrote Snake Tales in Metal Gear Solid 2. I replayed that on a stream a few weeks ago, and I don't think I like Snake Tales very much. I don't think that's a good good example to use for a debate that Kojima is at his best when he has Fukushima at his side, because Fukushima's Snake Tales is not a good exemplar of particularly great Fukushima quality. And then there's also the Acid games. I haven't played those. I haven't played much of the spin-offs. I adore Metal Gear Rising, and I adore all of the mainline games in the canon, but the Metal Gear spin-offs are games I have not had much experience with. Barely played a bit of Metal Gear Solid Survive, barely played a bit of Ghost Babel before, haven't played any of the Acid games before. And funny thing is that they all like have very, very high praise. Even the worst, most inconsequential non-canon Metal Gear Solid, like Metal Gear Solid the digital motion comic, is still at least a decent, well-produced, technologically polished product fit for the market. I should play the spin-off games sometimes. I doubt I'd have a bad time with them. I've heard decent to good things. Yeah, diagonal movement. We take diagonal movement for granted. 67 frames per second is impressive. That's things that the Game Boy's doing that the MSX was not doing. It's pros and cons. I feel like this game's a little harsher on the eyeballs than the MSX ones, but smoother on the fingertips. Much smoother. Much better on the fingers, worse on the eyes. I don't know if Kojima is a good writer on his own, but I think at the very least he's an interesting writer. Oh, I went way deep into it last time on Metal Gear 2. I feel that Kojima is a good storyteller, and that, yeah, sure, for casual conversations you can say good writer, but a closer examination would have you breaking down some sub-disciplines of storytelling under the umbrella term of storyteller, and writing is one of those sub-disciplines I do not feel he's that great at. I feel he's great at storyboarding. Oh, $5 from CityPace. Thanks. George, I'm a game designer, and your videos are part of my education. You're absolutely one of the best to ever do it. Thank you for your constantly marvelous work. Unfortunately, this is all I can do at the moment. Don't even worry about it, buddy. It piles up. You wouldn't believe. But I hope it helps. Love you, dude. I mean, being a shit-tier E-celeb where 4 people donating $5. Being a starving artist shit-tier E-celeb where 5 people donating $5 piles up to like $20, which gets added on to some bigger donations from some bigger donations, absolutely means that guilt should not be a part of this. This whole funding model really should be relying on wealthier parts of the fan base who truly can separate with any amount of money on a purely inconsequential result. And so if you can only spend $5, I'm still unable to express the gratitude from that. Anyways, age really showed you down last snake. Is that why I got a terrible writing? Is too slow. I also want to point out that there's an interesting interpretation of this game's story as being like an alternative version of Metal Gear 3 compared to Metal Gear Solid. Metal Gear Solid's a 3D game, the first in the series that was a 3D game. They could have called it Metal Gear 3D, but I feel like they might have been worried that could have cheapened the impact of the title. They could have called it Metal Gear 3, but it's also sort of a soft reboot, where it works off of a basis that it's working off the assumption that the players might not have played the first 2 Metal Gears, and it's a good opportunity to retell the previous game's storyboard in a new way. So calling it Metal Gear 3 might not have been as appropriate too. Ghost Babel, they're changing the name to Metal Gear Solid because that's what's going to sell copies now that Metal Gear Solid is a hit game. But thinking of either Metal Gear Solid or Ghost Babel as being Metal Gear 3, I feel helps place the state of history of the time, of where the technology and the understanding of the series was at the time, to gauge what's going on in these games on their own bases. The scoring system in this game is an asshole. Don't sweat it. Probably wants you to not take time talking to chat. Since you mentioned damn being shaky for an E rating, bastards was said in Crash Bandicoot 4, and that's E10, so it's weird. Yeah, no, so on the American tier list of profanity, growing up in the 90s, damn was less offensive than damn it, which was less offensive than god damn it. And Colonel says damn it. Just a regular ordinary damn, I would say, is beyond the the purview of the E rating that this game got. The E10 plus rating did not exist at the time, so I don't know if it's as being fair to the ESRB of thinking that maybe this game could have slipped somewhere between the E and the T. But the fact that there's a T, or the fact that there's a damn it, there's a T rating, there's a story about a civil war in Central Africa involving ethnic minorities feeling that they are the ones that there's a civil war in Africa that's digging into real morbid, see it on the news issues of which ethnic minority deserves to inherit the national title of whatever flavor of nationalism they're feeling. All of that seems way beyond the purviews of the E rating, which is due for the course. I was just talking in the previous stream of Metal Gear 2 about how if that game came out in the 90s, there would not have even been an age rating system to put it in a category where a portrayal of profanity and violence exists, but kind of sort of a sympathetic and nuanced and mature portrayal of that compared to the relatively immature portrayals of violence that the mature rated label usually gets slapped onto. Maybe the ESRB felt sympathy for Metal Gear and how it was trying to teach the kids a good, important, moral, ethically sound lesson about violence. Maybe they gave it the E rating because some plot twist is going to happen that's going to give it points that are going to like negate just the presence of the violence. Maybe there's going to be a story twist that's going to try to teach the kids a lesson about violence, and that's going to skew the judges at the ESRB who were given it the E rating. Maybe they decided to skew things back towards the E after seeing some moralizing or some preaching going on later. Yeah, I didn't mention that. Token Flipboy brings it up. Ghost Babel is also GB, the initials for Game Boys, the Metal Gear Solid on the Game Boy. So they'll call it something that can get abbreviated out to GB. There are 100 languages in the office building known as Zanzibar Land. The design and pacing is way different. Since you mentioned Damn being shaky for an E10 rating, Bastards was said in Crash 4, and that's an E10. Yeah, Bastards, I almost want to say, is less offensive than Damn, and the weird American morality system of growing up as a kid in the 90s. I think I remember the cartoons and the kids' movies occasionally letting a bastard or two slip through, but they would never let a damn slip through. One thing that is really weird about language changing over the decades and taboos and shock value changing over the decade, it really weirded me out like 5 years ago, 10 years ago or so to see that the kids' cartoons are starting to say suck. You can say that something sucks or this sucks or that sucks in a children's cartoon nowadays. When I was growing up, you couldn't do that. Saying something sucks was taboo. That was something that you waited a little older for until you were an older adolescent or a teenager to start slinging around, and even then your parents would correct you for it. But yeah, the sexual implication of saying that something sucks really threw me for a loop when I heard cartoon characters and kids' cartoons saying that in recent years. But apparently, I guess that implication might have been fizzling out of the popular imagination. And even before the 90s, when I was growing up, it was real bad to say something sucks because there was a much more clearer homophobic implication. It's so strange to me to think that nowadays, like, the impact of that has been whittled down to the point where you can say something sucks on a children's cartoon, but if you rewinded back to 1970s and said something sucked, that meant that you were like not only making a sexual insult, but also a kind of like homophobic gendered sexual insult. Like there was cruelty behind saying something sucks that doesn't seem to be there anymore. But anyways, I could keep going about tangents forever, but let me glance at this Twitch chat one last time and then pull myself back to the game. You Arzvark is following up with saying you can say bastard and have it be technically not a swear if you're referring to a child born out of wedlock. Oh yeah, no, and I also think it's quite amusing how often the word bitch comes up in translations of old Homer I'm reading. Sometimes there'll be these hilariously antiquated Homeric similes where he'll say something like, And as Achilles raised his spear and stood up to defend the slain bodies of his comrades, he glowered at his enemies and circled around them, just with the ferocity and anger of a bitch guarding her suckling puppies in a when some forest predator pounces upon them. So too did Achilles grab his spear and pounce it at the enemies threatening his slain friend. Yeah, the words bitch, bastard, and suck have very interesting histories in the history of the English language evolving and devolving over the decades. That red panda has a story here. I remember my grandmother told me to stop using the word suck. She was a very gentle soul, and she told me it wasn't a very nice thing to say. In the context of the game, it was some bastards damage my restaurant, but good point. For what it's worth, the ESRB is entirely based on what the dev shares. If a developer omitted a curse from the footage they sent to the ESRB, it wouldn't be part of the rating. That's still interesting. Hey, 69 from Quiddlesticks. Can't say that sucks. That blows. You can say that sucks nowadays. You can say that sucks all day, up and down the street, in the White House, in front of the press camera. You could say something sucks as many times as you want and still get elected to all sorts of positions of honor. You could be a beautiful, profound poet writing the most soul-touching songs that get people crying tears of absolute life-defying humanity and still use the term suck casually every now and then. But 40 years ago, you sure could not. Let's play video games. Oh, that looks good. Oh, that looks so good. Okay, look, tall tower. There you go. There's our Babel callback, reference, parallel, motif. The Babel motif is happening on this scene here. That was stellar pixel art for that section too. Snake, we have new intelligence. Bad news? How did you know? You've never exactly been a messenger of joy. So? Seems that Delta Force was wiped out. Are you serious? It's true. But Delta Force, the best of the Army's best, so easily? Translation's a little rocky on this game. Feel like it could use another pass. It means they were outclassed. No. It means they were outclassed. Huh? Those mercenaries, the enemy's payroll, they're all A-list guns. You've been out of action for a while, but I'm out there and I know what I'm talking about. If you're gonna take one of them on, give me a buzz. Planning to give me advice? That's what I was hired for. It's a policy of mine to earn my keep. Frequency is 141.80. Don't forget, I won't. Snake, McBride from the CIA here. Don't underestimate the GLF. They aren't just another rebel group. Their annual revenue from They're talking about drugs? Their annual revenue from drug trafficking and precious metal trafficking is more than $50 million, and their black market arms were financed by that money. All state-of-the-art stuff. Be careful. I'm with the Africa Desk of Operations. I can provide data on not just the GLF, but also on things like Gindran climate, flora, and fauna. My frequency is 141.52. All right. Snake, continue with the mission. Infiltrate the Fortress Gallowade. Snake, first gain entrance to the fortress. Enemy security should be even tighter than it was in the jungle. Keep your eyes open, especially for surveillance cameras. Surveillance cameras? So the gunshot noise in this game is just a kch, kch. Let's try to maximize as much distance between me and that camera as possible here. Oh wait, was there a... I can press B to move the camera. Yeah, there we go. I was thinking of going clockwise around this square bush and coming in from the upper angle, but maybe I'd be better off going from this angle because I can press that B button to spy on when the guard is sleeping and when he's awake. So, I was mentioning earlier about how the GBC seemed to have a limited color palette, and I want to bring that up to point out that the uniform the enemies are wearing in the African jungle is a bluish-gray color. Not exactly, not very good tactical camouflage there, guys. There's a silencer somewhere around here. I shouldn't be looking at the chat if I don't want to ruin some surprises. It's time for a shift change. Is it already? Come on, hurry up. We're both in big trouble if they catch us slacking off. Relax, as if anyone ever comes out here. What does Metal Gear Solid mean anyways? Solid polygons! Play it unfiltered, those colors will fucking pop. Yeah, let's experiment. Let's experiment with some graphics. Let's turn off bilinear filter. Oh, wow. That definitely changed the mood. Save a state and turn off the color filtering and see what changes. What is it? Game Boy color option. Oh, that didn't require a restart. Huh. So this is unsaturated mode. And this is super saturated mode. Is this going to change their uniform over to a green? This is aggressively colorful. I'm not entirely sure whether or not I like it better or worse. I'll play a little while, see if experiment with those options and see if I ultimately decide one of them should be the canon way to experience Ghost Babel. Suppressor! I don't think there's anything else to get in here. Man, I love PC. Oh, that looks better. Something, what's going on here? Yeah, something definitely improved. I love PC. I love tinkering. I love this stuff. I'm gonna pause the game real quick and go to the bathroom, but I'm very, very excited to tinker with colors and play a fun new 2D Metal Gear game. Oh, god, I'm dropping my controller and shit. Yeah, look at that grass pop. It's the wall that got me. That wall looks way better now. I'm still very confused. Chronic replayer, what are you confused about? My memory is the game looking halfway between the filtered versus unfiltered. I suppose that would have to do with the lighting that was casted on your Game Boy for those memories. The desaturated mode is the GBA equivalent of the 7th gen piss filter. In my headcanon, Snake's suit is bright purple. So the wall, something about the wall really, really struck me when I walked out of the room and saw the new colors. So this is desaturated mode. Bam. This is super saturated. Yes, it's the lighting. It looks like the shadow casted on the wall is making a lot more sense to my brain now. Can I crawl in this thing? What is this little gray square for? Yeah, it looks like we're in the harsh daylight, Like, the sun is like straight overhead. It's 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock. When I have it, and it, like, the harshness of the saturations of the colors almost looks like that, it's evoking, it's making my brain at least visualize that real intense harsh daylight of the golden hour. So the Game Boy Color option on the emulator then changes this to look like a cloudy day. This could be morning, it could be evening, I don't know which one. It looks more vague, it looks more ambiguous. That's awesome. Yeah, I like it. For at least this outdoor section here, I think I like the oversaturated colors better. It is, giving the scene a little more direction. Yeah, the sunlight casting on the ground, casting this harsh, dark shadow. This looks like it makes a lot more sense to visualizing the scene in my brain than otherwise. Now, what about bilinear filtering? Oop. Blurry. Blurry. Okay. I don't like it. This is a Game Boy game. It was not meant to be... I usually turn on some kind of filtering for pixel art games to emulate the interlacing, the kind of natural anti-aliasing effect that CRT screens gave those games. But this wasn't a CRT screen, this was an LCD screen. So being able to see these harsh staircase effects of the pixels was something the artists were keeping in mind when putting it together. I don't think the bilinear filtering works as well. For this outdoor scene at least, the color correction option does not work as well. What else do we got? There's an LCD filter here. Yeah, see, this is trying to emulate the lack of saturation you would get in a poorly lit playing circumstance. So what is this doing here? It looks like it's applying a layer to the top of the whole entire screen that's just a 10% transparent white layer or something. LCD filter. Oh, is something changing on the grass on my ground? Hard to tell. It still kind of looks like... The colors look better than with the color correction option filter on, and now that if I have all three of them on, the game just looks like ass. So let me just turn off all of those things and play it raw for a while and see how I like it. I might end up liking it raw the best. What you really want for Game Boy is a ridiculous amount of motion blur. Yeah, I was hoping that that's what the LCD filter would be adding, but maybe there's a deeper option in here hiding it somewhere. I'm using Visual Boy Advance. I'm not seeing it. My cool little portable emulation handheld, the POW Kitty RGB 10 Max 2, has a Game Boy emulator with a very cool simulated ghosting effect. And it kind of looks like the pixel artists for this game wanted that to be happening on the screen to make Snake's running animation and the smooth panning of the screen a little more impressive on the eyeballs. It's a shame I won't be able to emulate that, but I think I prefer the game raw than otherwise. This is still not the way it's meant to be seen, though. I can see far too clearly. I feel like I'm also somewhat disturbed by the complete lack of detail on the floor. And if I was playing this on a handheld screen where I would constantly be... where the screen would have a sort of a reflective glass layer where small details in the reflection would be visible, would make it not quite so glaring that in the outdoor sections, at least, there is no detail whatsoever on the floor you're walking on. Ah, camera! I feel like changing the colors also makes the guard's camo, the guard's uniform color at least, make a lot more sense. It's actually a little green now. It's pretty darn green now. Earlier it was that weird middle ground between blue and gray that I cannot see very well. It might have been a teal sort of green. That is the kind of green that my color blindness is. Ah, no blind spot. Very good choice to be going with the Metal Gear 2 evasion music, but it is a little deflating to hear just how less fancy the Game Boy's music processor is compared to the MSX. Yeah, like if this happened in the MSX, they would strip away a layer of instrumentation to the music and have the bass just go boom boom dun 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 while you're hiding, and it's so cool. But I just learned that the cameras in this game, in this version of Metal Gear, do not have a blind spot underneath them. I wonder how you're supposed to make it through there undetected. Oof. That was the negative noise. That really... That 56K modem dialing up and going noise is not quite doing the job of making my imagination picture the quirky, sharp, effective menu sound design of the 3D games. Yeah, that is harsh on the ears. I guess this is supposed to be the front door entrance. There's a lot going on in this level. I wonder how non-linear this game is. Whoa, gotta hide. I like the animation here better than in... Yeah, the sprites... the sprites look worse once they start moving. The animation... Better animations, worse sprites. The sprites look worse up until they start moving. Is there anything in this corner? Why did I go in this corner? Am I screwed? Ah! Oh, wow, he got melee. Is there a... yeah, there's a room to the right of me in that building. Oh, that's a locked gate. Oops. I just wanted to peek slightly to the right. I didn't want to shoot my completely silent gun all the way to the left. Wait, what happens if you press and hold? Ah, no pressing and holding, he just shoots. R5 is the assault rifle. Okay, let's see how that works. Okay, that... Oh, it's an MP5, okay. That makes a lot more sense than how the MSX games depict automatics. Yeah, instead of, like, firing one round every second in a ridiculously unpredictable 60-degree arc, we have multiple rounds of sustained automatic gunfire that's going in a straight line down the screen. Good. So we have confirmed that this at least the automatics are gonna be better than they are in the MSX games. The addition of wall peeking is actually turning out to be pretty nice because of that B button you can combine it with. Might seem a bit like a vanity feature, but the B button is really turning out to be very important to the basic core stealth loop here. I also like the appreciation of detail to the guard's routes. I liked that that guy turned around and, like, looked behind himself for a bit before going. They also do a lot of peeking to their left and right, and the pixel artist is, like, warping their heads 1 or 2 pixels to the left or right, trying to make it very clear, more clearer than it is in Metal Gear 2, which direction they're peeking in. But yeah, when trying to, like, directly compare the games to each other in terms of which one looks better, I think it's just apples to oranges. It's pros and cons. My eyeballs are having a hard time looking at the ground in a scene like this. Like, it looks like Snake is walking on top of vanilla pudding to me. I wish I had an imagination that was able to better fill in that gap. Or visualize the grit and grain of the sand or dirt he's walking on rather than vanilla pudding. Unfortunately, my headcanon's in a vanilla pudding kind of place right now when looking at that. Once again, we have a little side room with a ladder to the right. Am I going in a circle? I don't think I am. There are just 2 very similarly designed rooms on one end of the map and then the other. The map also seems a good deal more complicated than one would expect from a game divided into selectable stages. Check the trucks before moving north. Huh, weird square. Oh, it was a glitch. There's some strange glitches happening every now and then. So who in the Twitch chat spotted that? A strange dark gray square in the upper right of that truck interior. There was also a strange bright gray square at the foot of a fortress wall much earlier. Some weird glitch is happening. Maybe it's the emulator. Squares are showing up where they shouldn't be. I'm backtracking. Accidentally. Ah! Got careless. Wasn't watching the radar. Oh, ha! We're gonna pretend I didn't get spotted for a cutscene there. Is anyone out there? Can anyone hear me? This is... Who is this? Thank God. This is Sergeant Chris Jenner of Delta Force. Delta Force, a survivor? It wasn't annihilated. No. Who are you? The U.S. Rescue Team? No, I'm the black sheep you were supposed to work with. Huh? Not Foxhound? Solid Snake speaking. You! I've heard things about you. What kind of things? The best saboteur ever. The one who destroyed Metal Gear in Outer Heaven 7 years ago. The legend. Don't believe everything you hear. Some say I'm just an attention-seeking killer. So? Which is true? Make up your own mind. Sergeant Jenner, are there any other survivors from the unit besides you? No. Everybody else, They're monsters, sir. They? You mean those mercenaries? Yes, especially the leader, a man called Viper. There was nothing we could do, even if it wasn't an ambush. An ambush? The mission was leaked? I don't know, but... This is an absolutely classified mission. There's no way it could have been compromised. Want to bet? There's always someone who's willing to sell out. What makes an American brass tick, huh? Money, power, glory, women, men? Can it? There's no risk of spies here. Pretty sure, aren't you? Everyone involved in this mission has undergone rigorous background checks. I see. They're all trusted. How about it, Colonel? How about it, Colonel? This is a top-secret mission. Only a handful of people know it, in the government and the military. I have to agree with McBride. All right. Sergeant Jenner, is Metal Gear really inside the fortress? Yes. I still don't have the exact location, but the assembly is apparently near completion, and the researchers have been confined to another building. Do you have the location of the researchers? I'm sorry. All I know is that they're somewhere here in Gallowade. Okay. How do you enter the fortress? Through the drainage system. The drainage system? Bingo. You saw those buildings with recessed east walls? There are hidden access ways down into the ground in those recesses. Building with an indented east wall. Entry into an underground route in the recess. Got it. Get yourself back there and get out of here. No, I'm staying here. No, you're not. I have no time to babysit a brownie. You, get out. No, Sergeant. I will not abandon the mission, but I have to finish this. For your fallen comrades? Snake, having an ally in the field could be useful. Please, sir. All right. You've got guts, I'll grant you that. Thank you. We'll rendezvous inside the fortress. In the meantime, gather as much intel as possible. Got it. You watch out for your own back until then. Of course. And no cowboy acts. I know that. And one other thing. Yes? Can I call you Chris? We don't know each other that well. We can easily manage that. As comrades in arms? That's up to you. Okay. My frequency is 140.25. Ask me if you have any questions about the fortress. Okay, Chris. Good luck, Snake. All right, Snake. Look for that way into the duct that Sergeant Jenner was talking about. Go to the building with the recessed east wall, and get underground from the concealed entry point in the recess. So, east. Ah! So, hitting this screen is all I need to do to change the alert status back to normal. Am I gonna need to shoot a guard here? I wonder if I have a knockout punch, like in MG2. I also wonder if they see in cones like they do in MG2, or well, triangles, it's two-dimensional. Oh, I can't press. Ah! Okay, that time I was actually glancing at the Twitch chat. Do I have to equip that every time? Yeah, I was looking at Twitch chat. People are spoiling. People are backseat gaming. And I, stepped 1 pixel of my foot out into the camera's vision radius. See what happens? I need to be immersed, okay? I need full immersion. I love it when pixel art is able to, convey a sense of lighting, but now I see it's not actually lighting, and there's some, otherworldly weirdness regarding how the light in this room is coming from the open bed to the south of the screen. You can see the light coming in from the opening of the truck. But the shadows that the boxes are casting are going to the southeast, so if you think about it too hard, the sense of lighting completely screws up. But up until I started thinking about it, I was thinking about how nice it looks that the northern wall is darker shade of green, the eastern wall, which is a different shade of green from the western wall. Where the light is supposed to be cast in this room is pretty clear to interpret up until to a limit, at least, up until you start looking at it harder. That's just how lighting works inside trucks, George. Yeah, I was glancing at the Twitch chat when someone said that they had to ask their mom what recessed meant, and that they were 28 years old at the time. That's what distracted me. That's what screwed my sneaking up and got me spotted by the camera. So earlier, I'm also seeing people telling me that, they said I'm supposed to be looking for a building with a recessed east wall, rather than a portion of the fortress's east wall that is recessed. So I'm betting it's the building right to the lower left of the screen right here, and that the ID card I just picked up is going to open up a previously locked door that'll get me over through the other side. Got it. Got it. Oh, this is new. I haven't seen this BMP before. Is this a noisy? Yeah, it's a noisy floor. Also, that was a close call with almost getting spotted by that guard. Why is this? I don't want a ration. Come on, man. I'm gonna try punching him. Boom. Ah! Okay, well, it doesn't work like it works in MG2. I tried punching him and running away, and he just did not get stunned or anything. He just punched right back. Oh, this is gonna be a good opportunity to grab the ration I don't need earlier, because I can top up my health while taking damage here. Item B. Okay, pick it up. Yeah, there we go. They have a lot to gain just from improving the gunplay over the MSX games, I can tell that. Like, seeing those fast bullets, like, just rush from one end of the screen to another in an accurate straight line is making these guards way more of a threat than they are in the MSX game. Ah, I can't hide under the BMPs. Awesome! I just got smacked right out the doorway into the next area. Oh man, where do I go? Is this a safe zone? I suppose it was. Okay, so this time I'm going to actually look at the radar before I go through. I'm going to be looking for a building with a recessed east wall. And hopefully that'll be decipherable from radar alone. Hopefully I don't have to get too close up to the wall itself to know which building is the one in question. Because this one has extra side room to the east, but I don't know if that's exactly what I would call a recessed eastern... Oh, come on! A recessed eastern wall. And I also don't have easy access to the eastern portion of that building either. Also, is that a dead end on the west? Is that a dead end all the way to the west? George, that was literally it. Don't tell me! The friction is part of game design. Not knowing things and screwing up and making mistakes is like the narrative experience I am building. Ashvark, stop, Ashvark, stop! You're interrupting the flow state of my narrative, of my interactive narrative experience. You're ruining his Game Boy experience. Mom said I could play the Game Boy, but only if Twitch chat doesn't backseat the game for me and ruin all the surprises. I also shouldn't have this gun equipped. I should have the pistol. Yeah, there we go. See a doctor if my flow state keeps getting interrupted. If it takes you 4 hours or more to achieve a state of immersion, please consult your doctor. Ah! So, Twitch chat spoiled the suspense for me. I could go from building to building, like taking a look at each one, maybe jotting it down on a piece of paper to see which one has the most recessed eastern wall. But since I already know which one it is, I'm just gonna start trying to feel around a way to get to the other side of the building and go down that ladder to the right of the door. Gosh, man, they don't want you walking into the front door of this thing. So, there's a fence on the left and right of it. Did you explore that room fully? I don't know, and that's the thing. I didn't read the strategy guide. I haven't played this more than once. I don't know if I explored that room fully. I might have to start killing people. Yeah, no, this isn't... Where is it? Weapon. Yeah, let's go. Let's... No more rations, no more alert. Let's... What is the button? There's the button. Gah! I didn't have to do that. I could have made it out of there without doing that. But I'm also really low on health, and I don't want to get a game over. So, if this is the building in question... Is it? It has a ladder on the right. This is a different building. Wait, why was that gate open? Oh, because the card. Okay, so I do actually have to have the card equipped. Alright. What do I do? Oh, I punched the wall. How did I know to do that? Gamer instincts. Dun, dun. $100 solidarity. Thanks, old AT-Elian. Oh no, do we have a fellow Atlanta resident? Donating me money on my streams? I hope I don't get doxxed or followed home or something. In either case, thanks for the $100. I'm gonna spend it on the grocery store tomorrow and eat meat. I'm I don't have to make my own bread this week, thanks! Feast and flee. What do they mean by feast and flee? Did I screw up? Am I supposed to find another ladder to the east to go into that section to the east that I see in the basement here? You know what I haven't done yet? I haven't called my friends on the radio. Let's see if they'll give me better direction. Snake. That underground passage doesn't seem to be connected to the draining system. Find another passage. Yeah, I have to find a different route, down here to the east. That's what's going on. I'm a little tempted to start scribbling a map down. Yeah, you know what? Here at Super Bunny Hop, we grew up through the 80s and 90s where most new gamers never do this, but notepad, paper. Let's I'm gonna, ooh, there's a nice interesting like spinal column motif. I'm gonna jot down a little spinal column type design down the middle of my paper here. And to the left is a square. I'm gonna write down UG1 with an X through it because I don't want to go there again. Okay. In 2D Metal Gear games, you use notepad paper sometimes. Deal with it, kids. Grow up, learn how to write. You gotta learn how to write notes on a notebook paper to play 2D Metal Gear games, kids. Does this building have a recessed eastern wall? I don't think so. But there should be another one. Yeah, here we go. Maybe this'll be my... Wait, did I cross over the spinal cord to get here? I'm losing track of where I am. Yes, so last time I climbed down, the ladder was on the left of the screen. This time it's in the middle. I'm going down a different building that looks kind of identical to the previous one. I don't know, guys. I don't know if this game's the best game, perfect game ever. There's weird copy-pasted buildings like that had me get lost. But I killed 2 enemies. I used 3 rations. I agree. That was terrible. We must see the map. I don't think there's much to go by, and I don't think it's going to show up on the web camera either. Do I have to shine a flashlight on it? Chris, I'm at the duct entrance. Where are you? Okay, so is Chris a boy or a girl? In the building right above the duct you're in. Pretty near. I'm about to find out what I can hear. How? I got an enemy trooper uniform. It should let me blend in and listen in. Chris is girl. Okay. Chris. Don't worry. I'll find out where the researchers are. Don't overdo it. It's Meryl. This is Meryl, isn't it? This is Meryl. Yeah, I was picking up on some hints earlier where he talks about what a rookie, how he's talking with the rookie, and how How they got an enemy uniform. But the pixel art was... The gendered pixel art going on there was ambiguous enough that I felt it important to ask. Don't overdo it. More importantly, what are they doing with the scan lines? Look at that. Look at how good that, yeah, it's just a mess of different shades of green pixels going up and down, but it does kind of fool your eyes into thinking you're looking at something more like a post-processing effect, at a TV wobble, an old CRT TV wobbling and warping with a storm rolling in or something from electronic interference. Don't overdo it. I know. I'll go up on your floor and we'll rendezvous there. I'll be disguised, so no codec contact. Make voice contact when I'm alone. All right. But aren't you wearing the same uniform as the enemies? How am I supposed to spot you among all the enemy soldiers? What about my hairstyle? I have my hair tied up at the back. You should be able to recognize me from that, okay? Hairstyle, huh? Even among the GLF soldiers here, there are heaps of guys with long hair. Yeah, you're right. Okay, how about if I wear a red cap? All right. If I see a soldier wearing a red cap with hair tied up at the back, it must be you. Got it. Right, Snake. See you soon. Simultaneously reminding me of the Green Beret and tracking down Meryl and following her to the bathroom. Snake, rendezvous with Sergeant Jenner. She's in the watchtower above. Get through the duct and gain entry to the tower. Wait, so now that I'm down here, I'm just going immediately right back up? Unless the tower they're talking about... Good music. Unless the tower they're talking about is accessible further underground. Couches. Oh, I was a little excited for a second. I thought it was going to tell me something about what the punches do, how the punching system works. I'm going to call someone on the codec and see if they'll give me some good tips I need to know. Yeah, like, what's Weasel say? Weasel's full of shocking secrets that he'll spill the beans on. That's a 5.7 pistol, a handgun designed for low recoil, high impact, 5.7mm ammunition. The 5.7 is a new type of cartridge. With its high muzzle velocity and pointed tip, it can penetrate most body armor without the usual downside of increased recoil and lowered target accuracy. The 5.7's magazine can hold 20 rounds, and the use of industrial plastic cuts down on weight and probability of malfunctions. You can muffle the firing noise too if you can find a suppressor. That's a mean little handgun you picked yourself. No useful gameplay tips. Where's Nastasha? What's Nastasha's phone number in this game? I've had the service records for that Sergeant Jenner looked up. Jenner, Christine, age 25, in service for 8 years. As you can imagine from her having been chosen for this mission team, her records are exemplary. Father, mother, no siblings. Parents divorced when Jennifer was 12. Mother got custody. The last name Jenner is her mother's. Father is an entrepreneur, never missed an alimony or child support payment. Very generous sum, more than enough for just 2 people to live on. Jenner certainly didn't grow up hungry. Joined the Army immediately after graduation from a big-name school with excellent grades. Cleared the selection process for Delta Force with flying colors only 4 years after completing basic training. As you know, Delta Force doesn't take anyone less than the best of the Army's best. Since then, she's been steadily moving up, and evaluations by her CO have been consistently high. She may be young, but there's no doubt about her abilities. Snake, do you copy? Save. Save completed. Snake, I know this is a difficult mission, but as long as you have confidence in yourself, you can carry it out. Confidence is the first rule of success, like Emerson said. Emerson? So you're a literature expert too. Aha! I knew you had me pegged as a hardware geek. No, not exactly, but, you know, I did take electives in college. I purposefully tried to learn things outside of my major too. I'd rather be a well-balanced engineer. So that's why you're always quoting. There's a lot to learn of things from different people have said. I'll make sure you get your exposure too. No one's telling me how many punches it takes to knock someone out unconscious. And before someone on Twitch chat says, I'm going to look away. I don't want to know. I want to experience it experientially. I want to experiment. I want to be experiential. I want to learn from doing. Snake, rendezvous with Sergeant Jenner. Her present location is the watchtower above the corridor you're in. Right, yeah, no, repeats. No one's gonna tell me about punches. Ah, oops, wrong button. Just like in the real games, I'm a little confused about which button is gonna cancel me out of the menu and which one is accepting me in the menu. I also skipped through her quote there, but that's okay. That'll be another one. Easy to imagine. Oh, that must have been noise. That was water? I thought it was a shadow. Okay, the Game Boy Color's colors were failing me for a little bit there. Oh, hello. Rats. Should I call the animal expert? Yes, I should. This is a Metal Gear game. I'm gonna be calling people on my phone whenever something weird is coming up. Who was the animal expert again? I think it was McBride? The total area of Gendra is 553,000 square kilometers, population approximately 5 mil, a relatively small state near the center of the African continent, under the rule of a military junta for the past 5 years. Is it junta or junta? That is a question I want to ask the chat. 3 years ago, the charismatic so-called general Augustine Aguebon led an armed uprising by the Gendra Liberation Front, the GLF, and the country has been in a state of civil war since. The UN peacekeeping force was deployed 6 months ago to put an end to the unrest, but there has been very little progress. I wanted to hear about Gendra rats, though. It was 7 years ago that the name of Gendra gained the level of international recognition, unusual for such a small African nation. Outer Heaven. Yes, you would know better than anyone else about that. An armed fortress state that appeared almost overnight in the Gendran Mountains, led by Big Boss, possibly the greatest mercenary of his time. He was ready to declare war on the world on the strength of that nuclear-capable bipedal armored vehicle we call Metal Gear, but his great plan failed. You, Solid Snake, destroyed Metal Gear and took out Outer Heaven, and all this by yourself. It was a long time ago. The incident made Fox sound internationally famous, and Solid Snake a legend. I never wanted that. But now you're about to take on Outer Heaven again, this time under the name of Gallowade. Maybe it was meant to be. I feel like there might... That name also sounds weirdly familiar. Is there some, like, biblical connection there? Like Gallowade is, the Tower of Babel biblical, connection is there on the front of the box. So maybe there's a, play with biblical references happening here. Let me open up a Firefox window and type in Gallowade. No, it's a Metal Gear thing. Yeah, etymology, there might be some etymology going on, there might be an anagram going on, but I am suspecting there's some kind of thematic or literary or referential significance behind the name Gallowade. Maybe Gilead? Right, like, it could just be as shallow as a Snatcher reference, but it seems like such a unique, definitely like Western name. Not hearing a lot of Japanese sounds when you say the word Gallowade. It's sounds a little weird by the typical Metal Gear Solid naming conventions. Egregious Facker. Never even knew this game existed. Non-canon according to Google. Ow, I was looking away! Yeah, funny story, Egregious Facker. The Metal Gear spin-off games that you've never heard of are all so weird. They're all surprisingly good. Have you guys ever heard of Metal Gear Solid Mobile? Apparently that's a good one. Apparently that's like a fully featured, fleshed out, fun Metal Gear Solid game running on the Metal Gear Solid engine, hitting a level of graphics and production value that's roughly on par with Metal Gear Solid 1, and it came out in the early to mid-2000s for a very limited selection of smartphones. It might have been a Nokia N-Gage thing, and no one knows about it, no one played it. Apparently it's really good. No one played Metal Gear Survive. Everyone hates Metal Gear Survive. It's like offensive, but apparently it's pretty good. The spin-offs are pretty good. I've never heard of them. No one ever plays them, but they're all pretty good. What is, what am I looking at here? What is this pixel art supposed to be? Rubble in a collapsed tunnel? Ah, ladder's blocked. Or is it a lower... No, ladder's blocked. I can't go down the ladder, I can only go up. And I can only go up like 3 or 4 steps. Are you still hanging around here? You've already been ordered to withdraw from this area. Withdrawal? I haven't heard anything about that. What's going on? There's a squall coming. The river's already flooded, and there's gonna be a whole lot of water around here soon. First I heard of it. Mare Day, if I'd stay here. There's a Mare Day? They're speaking... Why? So what's the deal with the, like, Spanish going on? You get the idea. Come on, there's no time to lose. Augustine Eguarda? What was the guy's name? The villain has a Spanish-sounding name. Occasionally the mercenaries are like, cursing in Spanish. But we're in Africa. Who are the Africans? Where are the Africans? Unless they're also trying to make a point that is running in the background of MG2 that they really, oh no, should have talked more about in MG2, and that is how the mismatch of ethnicities going on in Big Boss's tiny little mercenary microstates is like supposed to be part of some grander point about just how unstable his mercenary microstates are. Okay, do I grab onto the ladder? Yeah, there we go. Got it. So I guess the idea is they want you holding on to something, holding on to a railing, a piece of scenery. So they're using the ladder for that functionality. Very clever, pretty clever. Oh no! So this is what I grab onto for these horizontal waterfalls in the northern section. Also, have they clarified whether or not this is a sewage system we're going through? Or is this poo water that's splashing all over Snake? Merde is French. Merde is French. Mirda is Spanish. Oh no, my English is fucking me up. Okay, so it's a French thing. Yeah, it's not Spanish, it's French, and it's got to do with colonialism. Awesome, cool, that's good. That explains it. So it's French. I was reading it wrong. I was reading it with the wrong accent and the wrong implication. If there was voice acting, maybe I'd be able to tell. No, it's... Please, George, don't do that. No, games don't need voice acting. Yeah, it's French, not Spanish. Mystery solved. It's all clear to me now, and it's actually pretty cool. It makes a lot of sense. Got it. So I'm also going to be pronouncing these things differently, if now that I know that as well. Because it is still, like, possible for French guys to have names that sound something like Augustine Guarderpe, or... I forgot the villain's name, but it was something like that. And, you know, they're both Romance languages. It's a Romance language thing. I'm not gonna kick myself too hard for getting them mixed up in a text-only format in a low-resolution Game Boy game with the kind of memory budget where every single one of those words has to be budgeted carefully. Oh, I go up this ladder. That's the end of the level. There's been some cool level designs in here so far, I gotta say. Cardboard box Y, it's yellow. Wait, is this dead end, huh? Oh, did I just die from poo water? Damn. Okay, I also need to be keeping better track of my sense of direction here. I think I need to go back and get that cardboard box. Is the water coming or not? Do I have to hit the cutscene, the scripted event? Yeah, are we gonna call them cutscenes or scripted events in this game since it's 2D? Whatever, I'll call it cutscenes. Yeah, poop water is lethal, George. Got it. Don't drink the poop water. Got it. This almost happened to me in the Typhoon Lagoon wave pool once. You got swept away by the poop water and it made you reset to your last checkpoint. George, do you think these orange things are fatbergs? Is that a poop thing? What is a fatberg? Is a fatberg what I think it is? I don't know what a fatberg is. I reject the question and I refuse to answer it. Fatbergs are wet wipes, tampons, and condoms. Oh, so people haven't been flushing properly? I don't know. Either way, I'm not giving you an answer. Whatever my mind's eye is visualizing this rubble as being... I'm visualizing rocky rubble. It's orange. Oh, fuck me. I'm giving him an answer. Fine! I'll give you an answer. No, I don't think these are fatbergs. I think they're rocks. I think that's sediment buildup or something like that. They're like orange. They kind of have a rocky sort of look to them. If they were fatbergs, wouldn't they be like white or a pale yellow or something, and they'd look a little more round and curvy? These look harsh and jagged. I don't know, maybe if I turned on the desaturation mode, they'd look less rocky and more soft. Snake, rendezvous with Sergeant Jenner. She should be somewhere in the tower with you. Remember that she's disguised. Contact her when she's alone so that the enemy won't be alerted. She has long hair, tied up at the back, and is wearing a red cap. I know. Long hair, tied up at the back, red cap, no problem. Is that her down there? Looks like a red cap. I hope I'm not too colorblind to Oh, no hair though. Clever, clever. So we had a red cap, but no hair. But yeah, so like look at how the sunlight coming through the windows is getting casted in the same direction the shadows are pointing in. This is excellent pixel art up to the floor. Something about the floors in this game are rubbing me the wrong way. The rest of the pixel art looks absolutely fantastic given the budget, but whoever was working on the floors on this game, I feel could use maybe one more pass of polish. All right, this is no red cap. God, the music is neat. It's good. It's also doing a whole lot with the Game Boy's capabilities. Is this the Metal Gear Solid? No, okay, it's not the... There's a different instrument. There's an instrument in the music that sounds kind of like it's twanging out the Metal Gear Solid series theme melody. Also, the stealth is very elegant. I've not gotten spotted many times. The few times I have gotten spotted, I knew exactly what was triggering it. It was just pure carelessness. It didn't feel unfair. The amount of space that you can see with your eyeballs and with the radar are, ah, shit, nice and generous. However, my finger slipped and I fell off the wall. Don't feel bad about that one. I know what triggered it. And yeah, if I do get spotted, it doesn't feel unfair. Oh, I can move from left to right under here. That's neat. The sense of movement is nice. More importantly, the guards' patrol routes in this game seem very plausible and dynamic. They're doing a lot of glancing. They're doing a lot more glancing than I'm used to. Glance right, glance left, glance right, glance left. They're always glancing to their left and right. If they're standing in one spot, you still gotta pay attention to them pretty closely and make sure you're not walking in the path of those glances. I really love the B, pressing B to peek ahead. That's awesome. That is such a good translation of the stealth system to 2D, but by simulating the depth of that enhanced visibility that you get from pressing your back against a wall and the camera panning down. Maybe that's why they call this a Metal Gear Solid game. Hey, there she is! Maybe that's why they call this a Metal Gear Solid... No, that's not her. Blue. That was a blue cap. She's a red cap. But I saw the hair. That's what the hair's supposed to look like. Oh no! There's gas! Let me answer my phone call. Snake! Gas! You've got to hold your breath in the gas. Your O2 gauge will go down, and once it runs out, your life will take a hard hit. Go look for the mask first. Yeah, he said... Hang on a moment! Hang on a moment. Let's pause for a second. He said the mask instead of gas mask. Translation could use another pass of polish. More importantly, hold the phone. What in the world is this? Look at the screen rippling. Snake is not rippling. The background is like rippling. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We've got about 10 horizontal lines that are shifting from... What the hell? How? Okay, really interesting effect. The snake wasn't rippling. It wasn't... I don't want to call it post-processing. They're simulating it. They're trying it, but... Awesome. Kick ass. Good game design right there. I wonder how I'm supposed to get past that camera, though. Or good technology design. Very clever usage of the limited resources. Oh god, everything is going all to hell. Snake! Looks like there's infrared sensors there! The alarm will go off if you break the beam. The infrared wavelength is invisible to the human eye, but it should be detectable if the beam passes through vapors of smoke. Do you have anything that can produce smoke or gas? Give me a minute, I'm getting chased after... 2 guys. I'm starting to feel a little more iffy about the level design in this area, though. I've been getting lost a lot. Green cap, blonde hair. I want red cap and blonde hair. Loop, doop, doop. Line shifting is a relatively common effect on 2D systems. You just draw the line like normal and then tell it to shift the line by X pixels. That's actually an official hardware feature, probably intended to be used for driving games like Outrun. I cannot tell you off the top of my head. I mean, my memory does not have a whole lot of examples or reference points for other Game Boy games that were doing that effect. I can think of some Castlevania games on home consoles that had a heat haze effect that looked kind of different than that one. Oh, the box is animated this time. That's wonderful. I will say, I'm thinking that I am at least preferring the level design of Metal Gear 2. These areas are quite big and complicated, but they also don't seem to be as neatly organized in the pretty simple, comprehensible 3 buildings with a big important elevator shaft in each one layout that the MSX games had. You're doing backtracking, but in a game world that is broken up in individual stages instead of one big world. And so it seems like a Metal Gear game with one big world looks really good when you're moving on the diagonals. Yeah, okay, so someone who knows more about pixel art than me, can you tell me why it pleases my brain more to see the box diagonally than straight on a cardinal direction? Yeah, I know what it is. It's because on a cardinal direction it looks like something I could whip up in MS Paint with no experience whatsoever. When it's diagonal, though, there's like shading and lighting and like the stippling of how the staircases should go, the diagonal lines is like way beyond me. There's professional expertise immediately on display when I'm diagonal that's not quite as visible when it's straight on. Huh. Okay, so I want the fogger in this room. Yeah, there we go. Seems like it's also a distance thing. Ah! I glanced at the chat again. Wait, do I really gotta go anywhere? This is... Oh no, I do. I was about to say that this room looks like quite an easy room to hide from guards in. Dun, 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 dun. Let's see what they do to the box in this game. Hey, it works. No, they walked into it. It doesn't work if they walk into it. Should I be making a map for this building? This is a very... I mean, I don't know if I want to say it's a complicated building or not. I don't know. I don't have a map. I mean, it feels complicated without a map. That's the best I can say at the moment. Why am I getting hung up on what kind of definition of the word complicated I want to be using? I'm also lamenting how few buttons the Game Boy has to work with. Going through a extra menu to equip the box on and off is gonna be rough, because Metal Gear Solid Stealth is one system where you kind of want to be slapping your box on and off during very, very precise moments, like right when the guard turns around and right when the guard turns back, you flick it off. Yeah, you can't like flick items on and off quick in this game like usual. Him out. I'm also running out of air. Punch, punch, punch. Yeah, he got knocked out. So that's how it works. It doesn't kill him, it knocks him out. Awesome. He had stars. Oh no, oh no. I'm running out, I'm running out. Get to the door, get to the door, get to the door. Ah! Oh, oops. Wrong button. Yeah. I wanted to lean into the wall and peek ahead, and instead shot my gun into the wall. Lack of buttons. ID card W2. This is a red cap, no hair. That melee feels good. Feels better than the MSX game's melee. Hey, there was a locked door to the upper right. I should give that one a try. Ashvark, I'm not getting hung up on my word choice because I'm an English I was getting hung up on my word choice because I was a journalism major. It's different. Do the level 2 doors have some extra doodads to the left of them? I feel like there's a panel, some kind of like electric panel that's flashing colors on and off as I open the door. An elevator? Yeah. Did I miss anything? Should I go back? before going up the elevator? Nah. I've wasted enough of the audience's time with all the blathering in the beginning. Okay, so punch. Yeah, okay, punching works. How would newbies know to do that? The telegraphing for this elevator is pretty lightweight compared to the other games, and punching the elevator button to go up and... What in the world am I looking at? Punching the elevator buttons to go up and down isn't immediately intuitive as opening doors and stuff. I can't wait to see what kind of animation they'll play for the... Oh, that's good! Yeah, there was this level of intelligence being displayed by the pixel artist of the MSX2 game, where they just made two L-shaped red lines go down in 2 steps for a few frames to sell the visual illusion of the elevator carriage going up and down. Here, it's lights along a railing. The railing in the background is not moving. The lights are moving. Thus, the illusion of depth is achieved by giving a kind of three-dimensional horizon line look. It's easy to talk shit about Konami, but they got some of the best pixel artists in the business, some of the best modelers in the business, some of the best like cutscene directors in the business. Real craftsmanship was on display with that elevator pixel art. A little backtracky. Green hair, red no hair. Should I go up a floor? The complexity of this environment is weighing on my mind. I'm having second thoughts about whether or not I'm going in the right way, or whether or not I should be making a map. So please tell me that I do not need to equip card number 1 anymore. Okay, yeah, fine. But yes, level design, sense of direction, complexity of level design is screwing me a bit up. I'm getting lost. There's a lot of areas that look similar to other areas. That building in the beginning with the, eastern recess wall and ladders underneath looked like one of several copy-pasted buildings lying around. I'm on floor 2 of this building, but the eastern section of the wall of this floor that I'm in looks virtually identical to the previous one, so not knowing whether or not I'm supposed to be feeling like I'm lost is an ambiguity that's causing some newcomer's discomfort. You can tell this is a video game layout. No one to make a spiral corridor. Yeah, this is the second spiral corridor in the series after the spiral room on, let's see if I can remember it. Floor 1, Building 2, Metal Gear 2. Oh, wait a second, what was that crawling animation? Snake's animation in this game is fantastic, but getting in and out of the crawl space there looks like a frame or two might not be quite so smoothly blending in with the previous one for at least that frame of Snake animations. But yeah, the tiling, the windows, it's giving me a very office building vibe, but the spiral hallway is not a very office building kind of vibe. If ever there existed spiral hallways in real life, they would be in places deliberately designed to be built like a labyrinth, right? I didn't mean to kill him! Okay, ambiguity about punch rules is developing. 3 punches seems to knock him out, but it almost seemed like I could get away with mashing the punch button over and over again to get a knockout done just fine. Where am I? Have I already been in here? Yeah, we got another laser room. It's gonna look similar to the earlier one. Okay, equip the fogger. It's down. Ah! 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 Okay, we're good. Did that laser turn on and off with the timing thing? Ah! Just gotta go slower. Oops, wrong button. Wait, did I press the wrong button and accidentally shoot someone when I meant to punch them? I might have done that too. Am I blocked in? Nope, there's timing. Okay. There might not be timing for this one in particular. No. You know what? We're just going. We're just gonna get smacked through the next door I want to go to. You know, I can't tell if that's red or green. I'm too colorblind, but I'm not gonna shoot him just in case. Where's my rations? I like how that says no use, but they didn't have room to add a space, so it just says nouse. Is this it? Let's equip the automatic. Try to remember the right button. Button, which button? This button. Sometimes he's moving, sometimes he's shooting. I can't afford to take, like, another hit. I think red cap with blonde hair is right there, too. Okay. Item. Fogger. And remember that there's timing. This timing is pretty long. I should have hid. I don't think I needed to hurt that person. So we got a dead end to the far west as well. Let's do the fire extinguisher test. Does the fire extinguisher blow up if I shoot it? That's how you can tell if you're playing a good game or not. It's not blowing up, so I guess this is a bad game made by lazy developers. If you can't flush the toilets, if you can't stack crates on top of each other to make a staircase, if the female characters are not conventionally attractive, if you can't turn the faucets in the bathroom and make water come out, those are all the signs of a bad game made by lazy developers, kids. Red cap, Blonde hair. That's her, right? So what do? Do I walk in front of her sightline and run away? Hello? Should I, like, punch her? Hello, it's me, Snake, hello. Hey. Snake, it's me. Follow me. 30 minutes, damn. Being found? Oh, no. We have a Ronald, a Ronard. We have a being found. It's 2000. We are past the days of bad 90s translations. Rank terrible. It's fine. Being found is... Us English speakers don't talk about being found when playing Metal Gear games. We talk about alert phases. We won't have to worry about the guards here. Good, we can talk. This is... They look very toyetic, though. They kind of look like action figures. What is it? Sorry, it's just that you're easier on the eyes than any other Delta Force operator I've met. Is that your idea of a compliment? Absolutely. Anyway, what did you find out? Plenty. Only one researcher is left. James Harks, aka Jimmy the Wizard, head of Metal Gear Development Team, supposed to be a genius. Get his location? Uh-huh. There are barracks to the north of this building. He seems to be held there. And the barracks to the north of here. Got it. One more thing. There are 4 mercenaries working as GLF's military consultants. Military consultants. Oh my god, the one on the right is the most video game slasher Hawk. His signature weapon is a giant boomerang. Oh my god, what a video game. Marionette Owl, expert assassin and master of nocturnal combat. Woo! Pyro Bison, who practices his own scorched earth tactics with a massive flamethrower. And their leader, Black Art Viper. What? Black Art Viper? Viper, poisonous snake. Translation's kind of breaking down for this conversation. They first appeared on the scene around 2 years ago, made a round of hotspots around the world before they set up in Gindra. They're very, very good. Rumor has it they're former U.S. Special Forces. American. That was good work in a pretty short time. I tried my best. Was that good enough proof for you? Let's just say you convinced me you don't need any babysitting. What else? Anything wrong? Yes. Like the fact that the Americans are not welcome around here. Why? They think that the U.S. is blocking their independence, that the deployment of peacekeepers is an armed invasion to extend U.S. control over Gindra. That's why they have such faith in the general, who wants to end U.S. interference and win independence. I thought our mission was for the good of the people of this country, but what we're doing may be... Chris, why did you join the military? What? Well, maybe because I wanted something concrete. Something concrete. Like justice or discipline. All the things we need to keep going. Chris, the only thing you need on a battlefield to keep going is the instinct to keep living. Yeah, I don't want you to die. But think about completing the mission, about going home alive first. Yeah, I guess so. I will. For now. I'm going after Harks. He must have some valuable information on Metal Gear. Harks? Was that supposed to be Hawks? Okay, I'll open the doors with my card 3. You can trail me. Chris. What? You're gonna be okay? Don't worry. With this outfit on, no one will spot me. That's not what I meant. I know. Thanks. Ladies first. Snake, rescue James Harks, the chief of Metal Gear Development Team. Harks is held in the barracks to the north of the watchtower you're in. First, follow Sergeant Jenner's lead and get to the north side of the tower. Ah, camera. There's an off-camera camera hidden in the radar. But yeah, that was good. That was good stuff. Moral ambiguity. Ethical question. Have I been here before? I can't... I think I've been here before. I can't tell if I'm backtracking or not. I think I'm backtracking. Not 100% sure. Yeah, awesome. Moral ambiguity. Post-Cold War geopolitical complexity. America potentially being the bad guy. This is all fine. Good stuff. Specifically hoping that more characters with the French influence show up, so I get to have fun with pronunciations. But yeah, it seems like there is a more conscious effort being made in this one than in Metal Gear 2 about making a point of the quasi-imperialist ethnic mismatch between Big Boss's... the geographic locations of Big Boss's mercenary microstates and the geographic fact of how, like, they are real places on planet Earth with people who are there who, like, probably don't really want to have anything to do with being run by a mercenary state government by Big Boss. It has always seemed a little strange to me that... Not always. For the past year, it seems strange to me that... that Metal Gear 2 seems to have some pretty solid, Metal Gear 2 and Metal Gear Solid 3, and, like, to an extent MGS5, there's always, like, a conspicuous disinterest in the native population of wherever these games are supposed to take place. Even when Metal Gear Solid 2 takes place in New York, right? They occasionally mention New York things, but you would completely forget you were there. And so having a story that directly engages with the fact that you're forgetting that you're in the middle of a Central African country going through an ethnic civil war, like having this reminder that that's the situation... Oh, that was also a careless mistake from maybe talking more than I should. Reminding players that that's the situation going on seems like a step in the right direction for sure. on. There's some politics in the Twitch chat. I'm getting pretty distracted with all the politics in Twitch chat going on right now. Okay, I get another laser room. We're talking about cheekbones, but then someone replies to someone else talking about America toppling military dictatorships with zero interest in doing any nation building afterwards. And one of the weirdest, like most abstract, hardest things to talk about with regards to modern national political theories and whatnot. After going through a narrative, a detailed, slow narrative on the French Revolution for the first time as an adult, is that the concept of a nation is so ambiguous and abstract in a lot of cases that whether or not it can really be America's, whether or not it's really America's place to be trying to foment some kind of sense of ethnic nationalism after toppling the dictators, way weirder of a question than I had thought it was before. Going through a slow narrative, a slow detailed narrative of the French Revolution to find out where the beginnings of the modern nation-state concept begins is a very eye-opening experience in terms of just how soft the science is, how subjective and abstract it is, how much of that struggle is just getting people to feel weird, irrational emotions rather than hard brass tacks of building infrastructure. And that's something that all of these Metal Gear games where Big Boss is founding a mercenary microstate in some historically impoverished third world region is relatively disinterested in, but once you clue your eyes into that stuff, it's very hard to not think about when trying to decide what Big Boss's political strategy is really supposed to be in these places. I don't know if I'm going the right way anymore. Like, I could have taken an elevator up. They used to be showing me cutscenes about which direction I should be going in. If I go all the way south, it's blocked by key cards. The elevator's not going up or down. I'm worried about going down because it might be a waste of time. I'm also worried about not thoroughly sweeping all of these areas that have been opened up to me. It kind of feels like the trail went cold. The elevator might be the way. Token. I can't. Ashvark and Token are going to be backseating, and I gotta look away. Oh no, now they're having votes on which direction I should be going in. Okay, fine, I'm gonna go back to the elevator instead of investigating the spiral hallway. I really don't want to spend any more time in the spiral hallway than I have to. I'm having bad flashbacks to MG2 with this spiral hallway. So anyways, yeah, I wanna think more on the thread of ethnicities and nationalism and what ultimately counts as a nation and a citizen. Didn't the French Revolution tilt tree to worship secularism or something like that? Yeah, that was the plan for a little while. There's some absolutely hilarious stories about how Greekaboos, Hellenophiles, Romanophiles were trying to replace the churches in France with temples to reason, where they would like put up a Greco-Roman style statue of a hot lady holding a ruler, a measuring instrument or something, and say that they're going there to worship the goddess of reason or something, and it didn't work. Eventually, at some point, one of those atheist factions got overthrown by a more conservative faction that re-established the church, who would then get overthrown by an atheist faction again that would try to, like, re-establish a different, neo-pagan, Hellenophile sort of of French neo-religion of worshipping reason. It's funny story. Yeah, no, whenever the French Revolution is dealing with religion, the stories are funny. Whenever the French Revolution is dealing with, like, questions of what ethnic majority has the majority in France, and if those are the total body of population that counts as citizens, like the answers and the questions get really uncomfortable and ambiguous and vague, and I don't necessarily think that Kojima was reading a whole lot of historical narratives about the French Revolution before making Metal Gear games and trying to draw up Big Boss's ideology, but maybe now he has. Maybe now that he's a boring old person who reads books and stuff, maybe there'll be a slightly more ambiguous, uncomfortable acknowledgement of just what a inexcusable human rights violation Big Boss is doing by setting up mercenary microstates in impoverished, landlocked parts of the third world. Like it's a kind of subtle thing happening in the background that contributes to me. This door is locked too. Where do I go? That also has me pretty darn convinced that yes, Big Boss is a villain. He's not a misunderstood hero or a morally ambiguous gray thing. He is a sadistic, a nihilistic, at least, warmonger who is picking these places strategically because of reasons that are really uncomfortable and not great. Jammy Hopper over here on Twitch chat says, Rory Stewart says the US plan was that every Afghan should be committed to a gender-sensitive, multi-ethnic, centralized state based on democracy, human rights, and the rule of law, and he realized he couldn't translate that into Dari Persian. This is where Big Boss went wrong. Right. It's shit like that. That, like, it I don't know. I'm, like, going through my mid-30s and trying to think back on the history I've lived through and the criticism over the failure of the United States to be able to build stable nations in the Middle East is something that I don't think we have a comfortable historical answer over whether or not it ever would have been possible by an imperialist Western power like that would have trouble just translating things into the language, right? I don't know if the modern retrospect is really going to be doing that problem justice by saying that assuming that the Americans would have even been capable of instilling a feeling of national pride. That seems like so much more ambiguous and abstract and unpredictable and reliant on a dizzying complexity of cultural factors that I don't know if the criticism is easy to make. But yes, that is where Big Boss also went wrong. Yes. So in order to not get spotted by the camera, I'm gonna go clockwise around the adjacent spinning corridor. Because yeah, Big Boss's problems are that he is doing nothing to prevent a nativist overthrowing of his own microstate. He has a shitload of fancy Western equipment hoarded in the mountains of Central Asia, right? And Tajikistan, and former Soviet territory where there's going to be sentiments towards a nationalist uprising for ethnic majority self-rule. And Big Boss is like not even thinking about it. Before we do this cutscene, I'm gonna update myself with how mad I might be making the chat right now. It's like, why would America want to westernize the Middle East? But the answer is always oil. Fun fact, this was the first Metal Gear game composer Noriko Hibino worked on for the series. He does too, and don't forget that he also does Twin Snakes. The music in the GameCube remake, Twin Snakes, sounds suspiciously MGS2-ish. To be fair, the boondoggle of the Iraq War hadn't happened yet when this game happened. I think it's more referencing the Cold War coups in Pinochet, which were a lot more hands-off. Yeah, the writing was on the wall at the time of the game. It's always fun going back to Metal Gear games and seeing a mood that reflects how the next decade would go. Although Gregson Williams is often miscredited for doing the in-game music, Jimmy the Wizard is such a shit post-core name. I'm having a fun time. Oh, that's good. A nice ice cream V. Gulf War happened. Yeah, and also, like, another weird thing, a retrospective bit of history that I don't know, that I also, like, had to stop and think about was when Colonel in Metal Gear Solid 1 says, talks about Sniper Wolf, when it reveals that Sniper Wolf is a Kurd who was, like, displaced out of Iraq from the Gulf War and then from joining Big Boss. Like the Colonel says something like, we shouldn't have turned our backs on the Kurds after the Gulf War, which is like living in the post-Iraq era, that sounds bad. That sounds like the US that sounds like the US intervening in the Middle East and like trying to pick apart which ethnicities and which tribes might deserve their own nation state, and that devolving into a mess of counterinsurgents infighting the U.S. and then each other, and then really unstable governments being established afterwards. Like, that sounds like the Colonel is supporting imperialist U.S. meddling in the Middle East, which, like, I mean, he's a colonel. Maybe he wouldn't be so against the idea, but it also is, like, unquestioned in the narrative of the game, so it kind of subtly sounds like Kojima supporting U.S. intervention in the Middle East, but that also was, like, before the Iraq War, where the Gulf War was, like, kind of like, yeah, the term hands-off, where it seems like the regret was that Colonel is expressing in that line is like that there was an opportunity for nation building when the Iraq Air Force and Iraq Army had been destroyed, but the political infrastructure of the dictatorship had not been, and that, yeah, it sounds like Colonel supporting something that sounds really, really distasteful and scary in the 21st century after the Iraq War and particularly Afghanistan in recent memory. I mean, at least there's like a pseudo corrupt democracy in Iraq right now. That line, Colonel saying that line, sounded a little harder to hear after Afghanistan, anyways. But Metal Gear. The barracks where Harks is kept to the northeast of here. Got it. I'll have to head east from here and I'll be okay. What about you? I'll check out the power plant. The power plant? It supplies all the power for this fortress, but there's something strange going on. Like what? It's an important installation, sure, but there's too much traffic. I'm gonna take a look and see what's up. Could be Metal Gear. Chris. I'll be alright, don't worry. You watch your back, Snake. There also is a lot less talk going on with the gender politics compared to Meryl, but there is also this, like, patronizing sort of overtone to Snake's lines towards her, where it seems like it's implied rather than explicit. Snake, leave the plant to Jennifer and head for the barracks. Head northeast. You're almost there. Oh, come on. I didn't know he was turned around. Stupid goober. Where'd he go? Alright, if I box up in this little nook here, no one will walk into me, right? great. Oh, fuck me, man. Trig the Discovery just laid this out in really simple terms. It's great how the Western powers cut up the Middle East specifically to make each country a grab bag of ethnicities so they'd be easier to reconquer. And by great, I mean dog shit. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like in that line Colonel was talking about slicing out another little grab bag of reconquerable Iraq. Oh yeah, and Ashvark is doing citing the Sykes-Picot Agreement. It's a lot more complicated than just that one. Yeah, granted, that's not a very flattering moment in Western history, but the closer read of any Middle Eastern country's history after World War I is gonna be rough and tough for a lot more reasons than just Sykes-Picot. Fair, the slicing did end up happening in 2005 with Iraqi Kurdistan, which is the same year MGS1 took place. Well, Colonel is talking about the Gulf War. Right, in the continuity of MGS1, MGS1 takes place in 2005, but we can't assume that the Iraq War has happened. So, like, I think we're supposed to be assuming that in the background of Metal Gear Solid, Saddam's dictatorship is still in power. When the arms tech president is talking about how anyone can have a nuclear weapon nowadays, even some rogue states, the implication is absolutely Iraq. That line in that game is easily read as a metaphor for Iraq. In the late 90s, in the early 90s, in the 80s, in the late 70s and onward, pretty much, Iraq was like constantly alluded in media as a dictatorship that the U.S. should be drumming up some of its like World War II anti-dictatorship idealism to go on an overseas adventure and overthrow. The writing was on the wall, and it happened twice. There was the Gulf War and then the Iraq War. Alright, top button. Let's see, if I'm counting from bottom to top, button number 1 is connected to doors 1 and 3, I think? I think bottom button just resets me back to default. Yeah, okay. I don't even know if I need to think about which buttons are connected to which doors, so much as I might just be able to brute force this by elimination while chit-chatting with something else on my mind. No! Should I have tried opening that top door with the key card? Should I be using my notebook? It's notebook time. I'm using the notebook for this one. Where'd my paper go? One of the classic video game puzzles. One of these games. Wait, what's going on with Jameson Rock here? I never met one Kurd. I'm missing some kind of exchange regarding a Jameson Rock and an Aardvark. I missed it. I didn't see what the point of contention is over here, but a mod is banning someone and unbanning them? I don't even think they're mad at each other. They're just testing out Twitch features. Jameson was being a bit too on the nose about spoilers. Oh. Is it possible to, cover up, text in Twitch chat for spoilers? It's a shame. I saw that you immediately unbanned them, but I have a suspicion that Jameson might be some kind of media personality for Metal Gear fans. The guy knew a shitload of trivia while he was in here. Oh boy. Now we're doing queer lit analysis reading. What is this? Ice Cream V. I wanna catch up on this one. And generally my focus on literary analysis leans heavily into queer culture and the inspection of formatting writing on games, so a more analytical... gosh, word choice! A more analytical look into Metal Gear politics is something that interests me as it's not one I'm well read on. I assure you, Ice Cream V, that whatever is going on in Metal Gear is way stupider than you're making it sound right there. That message. I generally feel as if a gay reading of Solid Snake is a valid reading. Agreed. Maybe queer, not necessarily gay, but I have a suspicion that he's secretly asexual and doesn't know it yet. And that a lot of characters are absolutely bisexual and the text isn't explicit about it. As in relation to his military upbringing, his treatment towards women can be read as something that is expected of him rather than actual attraction. Can Jameson whisper, George? Is it V? I thought it was 6. I see V, Ice Cream V. Yeah, no, Ice Cream V, this is good stuff. Let's fucking do it. Lit analysis. Gay. How gay is Metal Gear? Let's fucking go. I want to say, on a scale of 1 to 10, Metal Gear, I think, is like at least a good somewhere between 6 and 7 in terms of the gay. It came out in a time period where I don't think you could be super duper open and also have fun with plays of sexuality in video games. It also takes place in an absolutely, positively sexist sort of environment, in the kinds of conditions where thoughts of sex are not going to be on any of these characters' minds, going through the hardship and grit of battle and war and whatnot. However, it's a topic that comes up rarely, and whenever it does, it's really interesting when it does. Like, they don't just mention it and throw it away. They kind of dwell on it, or play with it, or make a joke about it, or not say it with the actual word love, but get into a really complicated story where men are falling in love with other men over multiple decades and like having a really hard time coping with that and expressing with it, and coping with that and acknowledging it, and end up expressing that in really destructive, weird ways that I think can be read. I'm not taking notes on this puzzle. That can be read as a very real, valid sense of awareness and play with sexualities going on in these games. And it's not even like and it is smarter than your average video game until Metal Gear Solid 4 and 5 and Peace Walker. Like Meryl showing up in her underwear and providing kind of sort of a situation where voyeuristic players with a little more voyeuristic tendencies might get some titillation out of that. It's sort of thrown up on its head, and she talks about how she really feels like she's way more manly than that, and being the object of male attraction is something that she specifically went through military training to avoid. In Metal Gear Solid 3, when Eva is titillating the screen with her boobs out, it's revealed at the end that it was a very, very deliberate ploy to try and seduce Big Boss. And it works. Attempts... Is this a penguin? What was that? Attempts at seducing Solid Snake never work out, though, and I think there's also something interesting to be read into that. Is it a rat or a penguin? A pigeon, okay. Oh, and it woke up the dogs. Interesting, clever. What a neat little Rube Goldberg machine of environmental interactions there. Yeah, I think there's a lot going on with sexuality in Metal Gear, and it goes beyond the the implied bisexuality and queerness and of the subtext, and also engages with characters directly talking about how they feel about gender and sex in the main text. At the end of Metal Gear 2, Big Boss mentions that the one and only mention of sex existing in the Metal Gear universe comes at a very weird, with a really weird execution, where it's a mention of how, like, soldiers with really bad PTSD aren't gonna be able to enjoy sex very well. Yeah, like, if sex comes up until 4 and 5 in Peace Walker, where it really does seem to be as shallow and thoughtless as, like, sexy costumes for the guys. Whenever the female characters are wearing sexy costumes for the guys in the earlier games, it's like for a point. It's for a narrative point. If the female characters are wearing sexy costumes for the guys in the later games, it's kind of just to sell action figures and stimulate the cosplay economy and titillate, you know? How do I avoid these dogs without killing them? What's my ration supply looking like? It's not looking good. I don't think the box is gonna fool these dogs. The box? Okay, so the dogs have short eye range. That's how I can fool them. Grenade! No, fuck off! Ah! So, I was trying to crawl earlier to not wake the bird up, and crawling didn't work. So maybe something else will work? Maybe if I get up on the wall... Ah! I just want to reset. Yeah, I'm just gonna reset. I'm gonna play this like one of my super hardcore cool guy runs. I wanna know what you do to keep the bird quiet here. Crawling to the north of the bird didn't work, so I'll try crawling to the south. I might be able to keep more distance between me and the bird by going to the south, and since this guard is asleep, he's not necessarily a bad threat to be sneaking around either. Yeah, there we go. Dun 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 dun. Now I'll commit to these dogs. I don't know if I can get through here without waking them up. Okay, patience. Patience is the order of the day. I have the French Revolution on my market. I'm just... Oh, man. Okay, video edit idea. Imagine, I'm picturing Solidus at the end of Metal Gear Solid 2, climbing on top of the rubble of Federal Hall, whipping out his two katanas called Republican and Democrat, and then giving the Robespierre terror is the order of the day speech. How well would that... Hey, look at that! I really, very, very beautifully, cleanly got past those dogs. Patience was the order of the day. I just got struck by an idea. So, what was it? It was something like, there was a speech that Robespierre made at some point, where he actively... Oh, boy. Oh no, they walked on top of my grass! There's some Robespierre speech or another where he just flat out says the quiet part out loud, and tries to defend the the reign of terror on the actual ideological basis that organizing people by the millions into governments works better when they're afraid, when they're terrified of the government than when it doesn't. And like, it's like the smartest moment of the Ridley Scott Napoleon movie is the first 2 minutes where this speech makes an appearance. But people in Twitch chat who know what I'm talking about, let me know what I need to Google to get a transcript of this script. I have an important idea on political morality. Was it an essay? The line goes something like, terror is... So as it turns out, terror is the most morally justifiable philosophy for government. Therefore, terror shall be the order of the day. And it's funny. Does anyone have any idea what I'm talking about? Have you read Odyssey and the Iliad? I read them this weekend. There's a lot going on in Twitch chat I think I missed. If you die in the grass, your ass will be grass, figuratively and literally. I think it's order of the day that I need to be plugging into Google to get the words I need to be getting. Yes, okay. Close your eyes and imagine, if you will, Solidus at the top of Federal Hall, unsheathing his katanas, Republican and Democrat. He looks out at the distance and points his sword at the edge of the frame and says, "Let tyranny reign for a single day, and on the morrow not one patriot will be left. How long will the despot's fury be called justice, and the people's justice barbarism or rebellion? How tender one is to the oppressors, and how inexorable against the oppressed, and how natural whoever has no hatred for crime cannot love virtue." Never mind, it doesn't work. I didn't find the words I was looking for, but... Anyways. The mental image... Oh, it's a boomerang. It's, It's perturbed platypus or whatever. The point stands that the mental image of Solidus in Metal Gear Solid 2 trying to pretend he's Robespierre is funny. That's all. The end. Let's get back to stupid video games. Slasher Hawk is Australian, so remember to give him your worst Aussie accent. Oh boy, I don't really know if I know the Australian accent good enough. It's gonna be bad then. It's gonna be a bad one. Dun, 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 dun. Hey, where did you come from? I was gonna run into your invisible wall and get out of here. Where am I going? What am I doing? I'm going to the left. I'm dodging boomerangs and going to the left. Can I shoot the birds? No. So, how do I keep from having a Hunt Showdown gamer moment and waking the birds up? It seems like they're placed with a density that was borderline impossible to get past. And it seems like it doesn't even matter if I wake them up either. Alert just turns off in the next screen. This is interesting, though. It's going to force player movement. Those boomerangs are going to force you to move in the direction of the bad guys and get out of your hiding spot. That's a neat little moment of brief panic. I don't want to shoot the dogs. Am I going to have to shoot the dogs? I don't want to shoot the dogs. I might have to shoot the dogs, though. Also, do I have no rations? They're foreshadowing a boss fight, but I don't know if I have the health supplies to be able to comfortably do it. I don't want to shoot the guard. Do I have to shoot the guard? I don't have to shoot the guard. I might have to shoot the dogs. I guess Metal Gear scoring system is very incorrect by valuing the guards over the dog. Comes down to it, I'll shoot a guard before I shoot one of the dogs, but I don't know if I can get through the next area with this little sliver of life without shooting the guards. Without shooting the dogs. I don't know if it's going to be possible. Blah. I feel like I just need to be patient. Yeah. Upper left. Guard dogs aren't too interested in the upper left, it looks like. So maybe I can slip in through that way. I like this gimmick. This is a cool gimmick. I like being forced to move around in a panic all of a sudden. Also, oh shit, there's a little bit of a black outline around the boomerang, and it is... Yes! It is just enough to fool your mind's eye into visualizing a slight bit of motion blur around that boomerang, and I bet it looked really convincing on the Game Boy LCD screen with the ghosting effect, where ghosting could, like on a more hardware level, be simulating motion blur. That would be really neat if that little outline of pixel art is only there just to simulate hardware level motion blur from a problem with the LCD display screen doing too much pixel ghosting. Very clever. Yeah, see, there's a slight black around it. Do you see the black outline around the boomerang? Imagine, if you will, the pixels around that black leaving a little bit of a ghosting trail behind them, and how much like a convincing motion blur effect it would look like on a Game Boy screen. Can I duck underneath the boomerang? God, I really want to know what that boomerang looks like on the LCD screen. I'm very curious. I might, pause. I'm gonna make a save state. File, save state, number 2. We're gonna call Mei Ling. And I'm going to make a backup of these saves. I'm going to play it on a portable that can more accurately simulate it after this session tonight and see with my own eyeballs what that boomerang is supposed to look like on a real portable screen. You rang, Snake? Save. Ooh, I shouldn't have said that like that. I apologize. I gotta be real careful when doing Mei Ling's voice. Even the demons avoid that which is done with a strong will. That's from the Shin Chi. It means that there's nothing you can't accomplish if you put your mind to it. As long as you have the will, you can complete even the toughest missions. Hang in there. Thanks, Mei Ling. You know, while I'm here, what else do our buddies have to say? Snake. Military dogs are risky. We have to contend with their nose as well as eyes. Proceed with extreme caution. When he said military dogs are risky, I immediately have had flashbacks to like cop chase videos where they let loose the dogs and the dogs just end up mauling the cops instead of the bad guys. Like, yeah, training a dog to attack and tackle men is risky. Yes, this is true. I wonder if I'm supposed to be using grenades against the upcoming boss. I wonder if there's an upcoming boss. Oh god, can I do Australian? Salted snake? No. No, I can do like... I can do like... I have enough of Liam's voice memorized to do British. I don't... Solid snake... Who's there? Oh, that looks cool. I am Slasher Hawk, one of the mercenaries that decimated Delta Force. That's right, a boring little cleanup job. How do you know my name? Your reputation precedes you. Solid Snake. It's a very special name to us, the Black Chamber. Black Chamber? Look at this guy! Also, the anatomy in this game is particularly unique. I've noticed, like, there's something weird about people's shoulders and their faces in this game. Everyone has, like, lines running along their faces. This guy's shoulder is, like, way too big for his chest. His head is kind of too big for his chest. Unlike the pawns here, we have no interest in the general's ideas or bid for independence. But let me tell you this. Wait, is this going to be the one Metal Gear game where they're actually going to have some conflict of interest between the bad guys who are also going to be contending against the nativist rebellion I've been talking about that should be happening in these locations Big Boss is founding tiny mercenary microstates on? Black Chamber, not Foxhound, is the world's best special force unit, and I'll prove it with your dead body. I can't. That's not an Australian. That is a fucking mess, is whatever that accent was. Take this! A boomerang. That's an overused white man's name. Wait, what? A boomer? That's an overused white man's name. My people call it a wilgie! Wait, is this guy like an indigenous aboriginal type guy? This is a weapon of proud lineage, and it's your guide into the afterlife. Outer heaven is what you're here for, and outer heaven is where you'll be buried. Start digging! This is great! This is awesome! Oh no! Let me just remember what the shoot button is again. Oh no! I'm sorry, like, a Metal Gear boss just posed triumphant. There was an actual exchange where Snake says, a boomerang, and then the Metal Gear boss gets angry and says, that's the overused white man's name for it, Snake. Hell yeah. Oh, I guess I gotta use the grenades and throw them on top of the ridge and equip the rations so I don't die. What a good time. Oh, this is Metal Gear 2 music. How do I grenade in this game? Oh, they don't give you the preview crosshair like in Metal Gear 2. Can you absolutely imagine like Vulcan Raven like attacking Snake with a helicopter or something, and Snake says, an Apache helicopter, and Vulcan's just like, that's the overused white man's name for it. Did you know the US military names its helicopters after tribes out of cultural genocide, Snake? No, that's impossible. This hawk is my totem and my protector. As long as it flies, I will fight. Go! Woo! The dialogue in this game is way beyond the 2000 release date, way beyond the E rating. Yeah, there's no way like a 7-year-old American kid is gonna be able to decipher a lot of the themes and the villain's grievances here. A boomerang? That's the overused white man's name for its sake. I hope they play the dialogue again. I want to do that exchange again. That was like the funniest back and forth Snake has in the whole series. Is that? That's gotta be the funniest answer Snake has ever gotten to just saying the same thing but with a question mark? Oh my god. This is peak fiction. Ghost Babel is my favorite subgenre of fiction. It's safe for kids, but no, well, how is a kid gonna understand it? I want to hear professional voice actors do this for real. Like an animation, this is very memeable. How come I haven't seen a meme of this before? I feel like I'm stumbling a boomerang. That's an overused white man's name. My people call it Wilgie. This is a weapon of proud lineage, and it's your guide to the afterlife. Okay, I'm not laughing as hard the second time, but holy shit, did that get me the first time. My people call it the Wiggly. Also, should I be saying Viggly? Is this like one of those German WV things going on? Oh, I should be equipping the rations here, shouldn't I? I'm gonna be replaying that back and forth in my head for the next few days. A boomerang. That's the overused white man's expression. The white man's name for its snake. It could be rewritten to be a little more on the nose, and I'm gonna be visualizing that version in my head for a while. I love it. That was so cute. Dun dun dun. Ba-dum bum ba. Being found 8 times. Oh, look at that. Okay, so, but the proportions, like, look at his legs. Look at his, like, spindly little portal jump legs. Yeah, it looks like a prosthetic for an amputee or something. But, like, composition is so cool. Anatomy, I think, is a little iffy. Hawk, why me? You, all of you, took away my family. What are you talking about? Oh, there's even sad music they're gonna play. I grew up in Australia with the people you call Aborigines, but that's not what I was born as. I was abandoned. Parents took me and raised me against the elders' opposition. I'm not even doing the Australian anymore, am I? So cold. Everyone was always so cold to me. I'd go where the talking and laughter was, and they'd scatter, leave me with the ashes. I tried. I observed the customs, the taboos. More than anyone else, I tried to win their acceptance. But when my parents died, they turned me out, wouldn't let me be one of them. From then on, I drifted all over the world, and everywhere I went I was an outsider. No one accepted me. But Viper was different. He took me in, accepted me into the Black Chamber. It was my home, and you, all of you. What? I'll be dead, but Viper, I know that Viper will avenge me. Taste it, our bitterness, our grief. Huh? No funeral pyres, Snake, it's forbidden. This hawk will carry my spirit home. Yes, finally, going home. Will they let me in this time? So he was a white guy who was abandoned as a kid and grew up with the Aboriginals, but never felt connected with them and had some friction with them. This is reminding me of Gray Fox's backstory. It's reminding me of Sniper Wolf's death scene. The Metal Gear games are starting to blend together after so many runs. James Harks, the chief of Metal Gear Developments, is held somewhere in here. Find him. Thanks for the reminder. A-do-do-do. A-do-do-do. So I'm going to call Mei Ling and make a different save state and go to the bathroom. I'm gonna call this session of Metal Gear quits for now and pick it up at the end of the week, maybe Friday? Either Friday or Saturday. And I'm gonna do something a little different tonight and work on Homer after this. I'm gonna work on the Iliad. I'm going to prove to everyone on the Twitch stream that I actually am working on the Iliad and I'm getting back into it. I'm feeling very, very inspired. And I'll give a full explanation on that after trying to read Mei Ling's proverb and not not getting in trouble on Twitter because of it. Dr. Copplethorne says, "Don't you think it's about time you talked about yourself? I like that bandana of yours, by the way. You're trying to change the subject. It's a compliment, Snake. It's really cool. Almost too nice for you. You call that a compliment? Is it maybe like a gift from someone? You could say that. What? It must be pretty important to you if you take it to war with you. No, my life comes first, so it's not that important." We didn't get a proverb. We got character building. And also the hint that Snake's bandana might have been a gift from someone. Okay, so next step is making a save state. Right, so who could the bandana be? In Metal Gear Solid 3, we find out that the bandana that Big Boss, Naked Snake wear at least, is an homage to the boss. But I don't know if they ever clarify with 100% certainty what the deal with the bandana for Solid Snake is. I was absolutely happy to accept the explanation in MGS3 behind Naked Snake's bandana. I never really, I don't know, it kind of seems like a sort of a lore world-building problem Star Wars butts into, where needing to know absolutely everything about every little trinket on the screen is actually maybe counterproductive to the mystery. I really like the explanation behind the bandana in 3 while having no interest whatsoever in there being a bandana for Solid Snake. It is more of a movie reference thing. It's Rambo, the deer hunter thing, right? You get it from Meryl at the end of MGS1. He's wearing the bandana before Meryl, though. He wears the bandana in Metal Gear 2. I don't know if he wears it in Metal Gear 1, but in the currently canonical version of Metal Gear 2, his sprite art has him wearing the bandana. Yeah, why is that? Lazy Writers, right. It's Lazy Writers. Alright, I am going to be reading... I'm going to provide a brief explanation about getting back into literature really hardcore this month. And I'm going to do that after peeing. And then I'm going to do a reading of my rewrite of the Iliad, Book 5, with hopefully an adequate enough explainer of what's going on with the rewriting and how it should be consumed. I'll be right back. Okay. Now, we need some ambiance. Let's close the emulator here and bring up a window capture of a YouTube video that I was gonna search for. I was thinking of doing VLC capture instead, because I'm gonna be sliding around a bunch of elements on the screen. But more importantly than that is having some kind of ambient background music track, and Synalia is always a good one, right? Here we go. Playlist. I hope this isn't the obnoxious ones with the horns. There's one of these reconstructed ancient Roman musics by Synalia that reminds me a lot of Majora's Mask. So while I try to find some good background music for something, no, I don't want to talk over the track either. But I gotta talk about something to keep the momentum of the stream going, right? And where is my Firefox window that I had promised earlier? Yeah, transition. Awesome. Okay, there we go. Now you guys can see what I'm clicking around a bit. There's a music track on here that reminds me a lot of Majora's Mask, and I'd like to have that looping in the background while giving an explanation about where I am in relation to some pretty major projects, and further thoughts about how I want to have the next chunk of my life going, recover from burnout, get back to work, publish stuff, feel like a real human being again. Is this it? This isn't the one either. So basically, those of you who would join me for my stream last week might have remembered me talking about getting into Ulysses. I was reading Ulysses. I was not reading Ulysses. I was listening to Ulysses, then reading Ulysses, because it turns out there's a chapter of that book that does not translate to audiobook very well at all. Ulysses is famously supposed to be one of the more difficult pieces of English one can read. I tried to give it a shot 10 years ago and didn't get it. It's the kind of reading where literature students are just going to be completely lost in terms of why English literary critics regard it as some kind of amazing masterpiece that redefines the nature of the language itself. And being able to read Ulysses and actually get that out of it was very encouraging last week. I don't know exactly what it was that gave me the impetus to get into Ulysses, but it's always come recommended. It is a homage to Homer. It comes recommended to Homer fans, and I have been recommended it many times over the years. I can't talk and look for a elusive song on YouTube at the same time. So let me just pick the one. Here we go. This is it. And loop. A week ago, I started reading Ulysses. And it's supposed to be famously one of the most difficult books to get into in English. What you are supposed to do is... understand it in like these postmodern Homeric terms where you appreciate the writing of the style, the writing style, and how it can depict almost any situation as being electrifyingly exciting. It's like a challenge, a book where a writer who is so ridiculously good at writing is challenging himself to see if he can make the most mundane situations in the universe interesting to read about. One of which is a guy taking a shit on a toilet. There's a chunk of Ulysses that's about a guy taking a shit on a toilet. And it is written with this beautiful writing style that will describe like all of the thoughts going through the guy's heads when he's taking a shit on the toilet. It'll describe some political drama behind the Reader's Digest by the toilet. It'll describe the atoms in the toilet seat vibrating slightly faster under the weight of his butt on the toilet. It describes like a cat playing around with a piece of paper outside the bathroom door. And this all plugs into a interesting story about his affair. But it's written in a poetic meter that stretches the rules of English to its very border limits to keep a poetic sense of rhythm and flow going for almost 400 whole pages. And that has a lot to do with the self-aware goal of trying to write these scenes of characters taking a shit on a toilet as a very exciting, electrifying activity. And that's an homage to the Homeric style. It plugs into a long, inspiring, mind-blowing literary history of how the voice in your head is thinking words in a language that you didn't invent yourself, that is the sum total culmination of thousands of years of human processes, all eventually reaching some kind of finality in the universe to turn into thoughts in your head. And this like has a relation, an intersection with theology history. This is a real mind blower. The literature professors and history professors getting up on their podiums and talking in great detail about how similar the voice in someone's head is to the omnipotent narrator of a book, is how similar to the voice of God and the prophets of the ancient world. And if you want to further go down that hole, you can get into the James Mansfield bicameral mind hypothesis. But more importantly, the spirit of Homer has come on to me this past weekend, and I felt I put myself in the kind of situation and put an environment around me where I spent the whole weekend getting back into Homer, enjoying Homer, re-listening to my Homers, feeling inspired and excited to work on Homer again. Ulysses had a part to do with that. Metal Gear had a part to do with that. Ulysses is early postmodernism. What is going on with this window capture thing? I just need to... There we go. Let's get rid of the taskbar and the ugly little greebles for professional productivity software working, and try and make the text way bigger. And bring up a bit more width, it looks like we need. I re-listened to my Homers over the past weekend. Playing through Metal Gear again got me a little inspired to get back into Homer. Listening to literature professors giving courses, listening to literature professors giving lectures on critical literature theory and theological concepts related to literary history, has got me real inspired. This totally came out, exploded during the last stream. If the video is still up on YouTube, there's a certain moment where you can see it happen. About an hour, 45 minutes in, suddenly an old light switch in the back of my psyche that's been turned off for the longest times for the past year or so, maybe even more than that, suddenly got flipped back on, and I'm back in it again. I spent the past weekend re-listening to my Iliad audiobooks, chapter 1 through 4, and it had to have been one of the most positively intense artistic experiences of my life. I was hearing my own voice tell a story I know inside and out back to me, a story that I know a whole lot of the weird historical references to. I've listened to at least 2 lecture series in that style about just the Iliad and the Odyssey, where Elizabeth Vanderveer, the literature professor that the Great Course has hired for this topic, will get up on a podium and talk for 20 hours about just how deep and complex and beautiful these works are. I listened to them over again seamlessly, going from chapter to chapter without the explainers at the end, and that's the way it's meant to be heard. It's supposed to be heard in a seamless session and split up into 3 8-hour sessions. You're not supposed to stop every 30 minutes for a new chapter. I was so incredibly impressed at what I was hearing. I was convinced that this is those Iliad audiobooks are some of the best writing I've done, best editing, best voice work, best sound work, and also a very important project for the education of humanity in general. I also am trying very hard to fight some narcissistic, big-headed, big ego tendencies here when thinking about what I'm doing here. But one of the things I wanted to get into is a new workflow habit. I have to do this. Like, I have to. It's my life's purpose at this point, especially, like, considering how the family's going and how Mom is going. This is going to be a good way to define the purpose of my entire existence for the next few years, if not months, is making fancy, beautiful, wonderful adaptations of Homer for an audience who would never, ever encounter this stuff, but is gradually starting to take greater and greater interest in mythology and literature history over the next couple years. I've been seeing it happen, and I'm happy to be a part of that. It makes me feel like I'm like a real human being, right? What I want to do is stream my workflow more often. I want to be streaming my vulnerabilities in front of the internet more to encourage me into being more productive about doing something I glean a genuine amount of meaning from. The kind of dopamine and serotonin rush I was feeling this weekend listening to the Iliad, and knowing it, and hearing a version of it that is easier on the ears and conveying the beauty and the humanity and the themes of the story clearer than other adaptations, that's an experience I am considering my life's mission to share with other people in the world for the next coming future. Got any... yeah, death of an author, but the author has got... yeah, think about it. It'll really screw your brain up if you start coming to some narcissistic, start succumbing to narcissistic, big-headed, egotistical temptations when thinking about how nowadays the author is dead and so is God, but or rather therefore the closest we can come to God is by writing things as an author. Woo! Oh boy. Yeah, no, I gotta resist it. I can't, develop a self-deification complex here. What I can do is get a VLC window up and going where I'm gonna have a playlist of fun music playing in the background behind me reading chapter 5 of the Iliad in front of a Twitch audience and just polling them for what they think. We're gonna be having music in the background. This is borderline required. Oh my god, I listened to the Odyssey audiobook by Emily Wilson. I was absolutely heartbroken by the narration compared to how it sounds when it's all in your head. But there's some real funny, clever, creative plays with music going on here in this chapter that are pretty necessary, and so is explaining Whew. Some weirder, more subjective, artistic goals of this project, and that is to have the characters speak in a dignified Homeric style where it absolutely sounds like you're reading a piece of quasi-religious literature from 2,000 years ago, but at the same time it needs to be decipherable. If you understand the story that these characters are going through, it's timeless, it's beautiful. If you don't understand the words that they're saying, you're not going to get that. So they need to simultaneously sound antiquated and also decipherable. They need to have a sense of consistent pacing that evokes the activities of the scene. This is poetry, it's not prose, it's different, and this is also mind-blowing. Listen to poetry when spoken out loud, don't read it silently. You don't get it if you read it silently. One of the other things I did this weekend to get me back in the mood, and this was real important too, is listening to a 4-hour, more like 2-hour long poem by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. It was called Evangeline, and it's one of the only, maybe the only, example of a Homeric dactylic hexameter meter being utilized in English for a long time. It took about 2 hours. And honestly, like all things considered, I think it was a pretty mediocre poem, but at least helped get me thinking in iambic, or dactylic hexameter for a little while. In English, there's subjectivities, the math on what counts as a dactyl and a spondy and a syllable and a stress is actually pretty soft math, and there's very, very large amounts of leeway to go to just by using different pronunciations for words sometimes. But you want to have a long, fancy thought that goes on for about 5 beats of syllables, and then a fast, quick one. And then another long, fancy thought that goes on for about 5 syllables minimum, maybe longer. And then a slower one that concludes it. And then another long, fancy thought. The speed of these lines being delivered should correlate with the action going on. The amount of consonants versus vowels going on should correlate with how cacophonous, how dissonant and discordant and chaotic the soundscape is. Words should sound like sound effects. There will be sound effects. This will help out a hell of a lot too, but the poetry of the English is an important part of this adaptation, and I wanted to run it by a crowd for feedback while also proving my worthy, as it were, in public in front of an audience, is actually working on this. I am powering through depression and burnout. And educate the audience about the beauty and wonder of literature. Phonic determinism, that's a good word, that's a good term for it. Phonic determinism. Yeah, the timeless question between free will and determinism that I'm lying around in bed unable to sleep at night nowadays, has to do with a specific phonic determinism flavor of determinism. So anyways, I am working on an adaptation of the Iliad that has been roughly on hiatus for almost 1.5 years at this point. And that's because I, more importantly, reached a certain moment of holiday stresses in the production schedule where my production schedule had a very hard time recovering from the 2023 holidays, which were the worst holidays in my life, and burnout and depression contributed to procrastination. The 2024 holidays were even worse, and I am now resuming it again after having a new fire lit under my ass and a new level of desperation that my financial situation has stooped to, and a slightly bigger head full of much more dense, academically rigorous readings being completed to help me better make this adaptation and also drum up the enthusiasm and motivation to work on it again. So, I'm at book 5 here, and depending on how inspired and enthusiastic I'll be feeling over the next few days, I could have this thing out in and 3 or 4 days flat, and continue on as if the interruption had never happened. But to get us started here, I need to skim the script for music and make a playlist. What Athena's theme is Into Thin Air. And this time it's a scarier version of it that's kind of like stripped down to the bass. There's some sinister sounding strings. Yeah. No? Is this the one? Yeah, this is the one. All right, here we go. Let me Control F for music and make sure I got everything covered here to make this as seamless as it can possibly go. Improvisation might happen. Getting really deep into characters is gonna happen. Ah, yes. There are some confusions over these John Bjork tracks here. I think we're good. Oh, wait, no, not quite. The Temple Dusk gets stripped down to Instruments layer. Okay. When does that happen? And we have one more Mars. All right. So now we shall begin. Close your eyes and visualize a ancient Greek bard standing next to some cushions at a fancy Roman banquet. Yes, the Romans are hosting a banquet. They have a skilled Greek bard reciting the Iliad. There's someone playing horns in the background. The bard is strumming a string. And after about 3-4 hours of the story, the bard says, the bard would not say book 5. So to catch you guys up with the stuff the bard has been saying so far, the bard has been singing about how the two sides of the Trojan War were about to agree to a truce, but a Trojan archer named Pandarus broke their ceasefire and single-handedly brought battle back to the waning war. And on that day, many Trojans and Achaeans laid stretched out over the earth, faces down, in the dirt. And above them all stood Diomedes, son of Tydeus, and above him stood Pallas Athena, who bestowed him with power and courage, making him excel higher than all other Achaeans, soon to win outstanding glory. Pause in the music. From his helmet and shield she blazed forth tireless fire. Now resume the music. I actually like the music for this. Shining like the brightest star that glistens through ocean at harvest time. And then she bade him with speed into the center of the fighting, where the Achaeans struggled hardest. Now there was one Trojan named Dares, a wealthy and virtuous priest of Hephaestus, who had 2 sons, Phegeus and Idaeus, both of them skilled in the arts of war. They were riding in a chariot, approaching Diomedes, who was on foot, and when they had closed the distance, Phegeus aimed his javelin first and threw, but it missed and flew clear over Diomedes' left shoulder, who then returned the attack with a bronze-headed spear, landing straight into Phegeus' chest, right between the breasts, knocking him down from their chariot. And Idaeus had not the courage to defend his brother's body, nor would he have escaped his dark death if he did. He chose instead to flee, jumping startled from the chariot as Hephaestus concealed his escape in shadowy confusion, so that their father might not be completely broken with sorrow. Diomedes boarded aboard their chariot and drove the horses back to his followers, so they could lead them down to the hollow ships. And when the hopeful Trojans saw the 2 sons of Dares, one fleeing and one felled, their hearts stirred into a panic. And the gray-eyed goddess Athena, who was close by, saw furious Ares leading the Trojans ahead, and she grabbed his hand and addressed him grimly. "Ares, Ares, murderous to mortals, doomed destroyer of walled cities, we will attract the anger of our father Zeus should we keep toying with these mortals. Let us withdraw, leave the battle to his will." So saying, she drew furious Ares out of the battle and set him down upon the soft banks of the Scamander. And with this the Danaans gained ground and drove the Trojans back, every one of their chieftains killing at least 1 man each. First, King Agamemnon flung the giant Odius of the Halizones from his chariot. As he was turning, Agamemnon drove his spear into his back between the shoulders, and he fell with a thud, his armor clashing. And then Idomeneus killed Phaestus, son of Maeonian Boros, with his long spear, stabbing him through the right shoulder. Just as he was about to mount his chariot, the darkness of death fell over him, as Achaean comrades closed in and stripped him of his armor. And then Menelaus, son of Atreus, killed Scamandrio, son of Strophios, an outstanding hunter skilled in the chasing of animals, for Artemis herself had taught him how to track after all kinds of wild beasts. But Artemis did not now protect him from Menelaus' sharp spear driven into his back between the shoulders, for he had turned around to flee, before falling with a thud, his armor clashing around him. Meriones then killed Phereclus, son of Tecton, who was the son of Hermon, a man whose fighter's hands had also the carpenter's skills to craft complicated works, since Pallas Athena had loved him dearly. It was he who made the ships that Paris sailed into Sparta, bearing the beginnings of all Troy's evil, and for himself, since he knew not the will of the gods. Meriones overtook him in his retreat, flying his spear straight into the right buttocks, stabbing him through the bone and through the bladder. Death came upon him as he doubled over, crying above his knees. And Eurypylus, son of Euaemon, killed Hypsenor, the son of Dolopion, who had been made priest of the river Scamander, and was honored among the people like a god. But Euaemon laid his royal son low. Eurypylus gave chase, and he was fleeing, smiting him with his sword upon the arm, and lopping the strong arm clean off. The bloody arm dropped to the earth, and the red shade of death, that strong force of life, it came shedding over his eyes. Thus the Achaeans ground their way into a rough assault, but Diomedes rampaged far ahead from them, all alone. Could not tell which side he was on. Down the plain he stormed with force, like when a flood bursts through earthwork dikes, unable to stop the torrential surge, pouring through and flattening fields of fruitful vineyards, swollen with a rainstorm sent from almighty Zeus. Just so did Tydeus' son Diomedes amass Trojan battalions into routing. Crowds of soldiers fled before him, in spite of their numbers. And Pandarus was among them. The shining son of Lycaon watched Diomedes in his approach, and at once he bent his curved bow and let fly an arrow, piercing into the target's flesh. The arrow goes right through the metal and stained his breastplate with blood, and Pandarus shouted in triumph, "See me, Trojans! Spur your horses and attack! I've wounded the most fearsome of all the Achaeans. He won't last long if Apollo is with us indeed." Thus he boasted. But the arrow had not killed Diomedes, who paused his assault and approached the chariot of Sthenelus, son of Capaneus. He approached his comrade and said, "Sthenelus, move quietly. Remove this arrow from my shoulder." So he spoke, and Sthenelus sprang down from his chariot onto the ground. Standing close, he pulled the swift arrow out, and blood poured out through the tunic. Diomedes clenched his teeth and spoke in prayer. Now hear me, daughter of Zeus. If ever I felt thee in the battlefield, thy sacred aid let me yield. Bring this man into my spear's range, his strong archer's arm to rearrange. Lay this boaster groveling on the shore, he taunts me with eyes that will see no more. Thus he prayed, and Pallas Athena heard him. And she made his limbs supple and strong again, and quickened his hands and feet even further beyond where they were before. And standing close behind him, she spoke with winged words. Be bold in your combat shine. Have no fear, thy protection is mine. Strength swells in thy breast, instilled by me. Know how the wind of thy father breathes in thee. Thine mortal mist I purge from thine eyes. You are now set to see the warring deities. But fighting against gods you should shun, all but for at least one. Aphrodite is mingling in the Trojan band. Aim for her and strike. So does Athena command. And with that, the gray-eyed goddess soared away in flight, and the son of Tydeus went charging forth into the front lines of champions, his spirit ablaze with hunger to fight Trojans. But now his strength was 3 times more fierce than it was before. He was like a lion that some mountain shepherd had gored, a lion made only angrier from the pain, a lion who springs over a wall of sheepyard to attack the sheep, the shepherd, retreating in fear, unable to defend the meek, retreating under shelter of buildings while panic-stricken sheep are carried off one by one. Ever thus did Diomedes rage furiously through the throngs of Trojans. He killed... Wait, shouldn't music be playing right now? Yeah, it was just real quiet. He killed Astyanaos and Hyperion, shepherd of his people, the first with a thrust of the spear above the nipple, the other with a slash of his sword through the collarbone, severing the victim's shoulder from his neck and back. He left both of those men to die as he went after Polyidus and Abes, sons of an elder dream interpreter named Eurydamas. They never came back for him to read their dreams again, for mighty Diomedes had brought them to their end. He then gave chase after Xanthos and Thoon, the 2 sons of Phaenops, both of them very dear to their father in his sorrowful old age, who could beget no more sons to inherit their riches, and Diomedes ripped their life out from both of them, leaving their father wrenching with grief and shedding tears, never able to welcome them home from the war, leaving only more distant kin who would cannibalize their birthright. And then he came upon 2 sons of King Priam himself, Echemon and Chromius, both in one chariot. He leapt upon them as a lion snaps into the necks of calves and heifers browsing a deep glade. So too did Diomedes hatefully hurl them down from their horses, giving them no chance. He stripped them of their armor and passed their horses on to the closest comrades, driving captive Illyrian horses back to Achaean vessels. As Diomedes smashed the lines of Trojan warriors, one of them, Aeneas, watched desperately and hunted through their ranks for Pandarus, searching through a rain of thrown spears for the brave son of Lycaon. And he said, Pandarus, where is your bow, your winged arrows, and your renown? No man here can rival your skill at archery, nor back home in your country of Lycia. So come, lift your hands up to Zeus, ready an arrow, aim at that man who is cutting down so many of our companions. Unless he be some god himself displeasured with the Trojans and our desperate sacrifices. Aeneas, I already shot that man. He's none other than the son of Tydeus. I recognize him by his shield, his helmet, and his horses. It is possible. He may indeed be a god. If he is the mortal son of Tydeus, he must have a god alongside him who keeps straying my clean shots into mere grazing wounds. I hit him square in the right shoulder, right into a gap of that armor, and yet there he is, he stands. So it is some angry god on some rampage, and here I am armed on foot with a bow. Even after my father had offered me 2 newly constructed chariots to bring to Troy, finely built from all the wealth our house could afford to spill, I declined that life, for the horses' sake, thinking they'd have no share of pasturing grassland to eat, locked inside a city under siege, and now I realize they would have at least done me some good here. I hit 2 of their best men. I saw their blood flow, and it only aroused them more, and yet still he's coming to us. He's coming. Closer and closer. Aeneas, if I ever win home again and lay eyes on my own native country, on my wife and the greatness of our house, may someone cut my head off then and there if I do not break this useless bow and set it on fire. No talk of turning back home, not till we face him. Here, board my chariot, take the reins, and watch how fast these hungry horses fly. I'll dismount and face him with the spear, and even if Zeus grants him honor once more, our 2 horses will speed us safely back to Troy. Aeneas, no. You take the reins and drive your own horses. It's your voice they're not afraid to follow. Should he cut you down, they may not answer me. I'll be the one to dismount and wait on his advance with my sharp spear. So they spoke, and they boarded the blazing chariot and drove it full speed towards Diomedes, the son of Tydeus. And Sthenelus was still with Diomedes when he spotted the chariot approaching. And he spoke, Diomedes, son of Tydeus, delight on the battlefield, look out! We have 2 men galloping right for us, eager to fight. One of them is Pandarus, son of Lycaon, a skillful archer. The other is Aeneas, son of Anchises. He claims his mother was Aphrodite. You've done more than enough. Let us mount our chariot and retreat. I beg you, do not keep rushing through these front ranks, lest you lose your own life. And then looking at him angrily from under his brows, Diomedes addressed him. No, I'm not obligated to obey you, and it is not my nature to shrink from battle, only to shrink from retreat. I'll meet them both man to man on foot. Athena bid me that I'll have no fear, and I don't. Even if one escapes, the horses won't save both. One more thing. Remember this, if I die. Do not retreat on your chariot. Put our horses together with a tie. Rob them of theirs. The Trojans are unmatched in their breeding of horses. Zeus gave them those in payment for his son Ganymede, and 2 of them were passed down to Aeneas. They are the finest stock of horses on earth. Take them as your prize, as I lie there and die. And as these 2 spoke, the chariot had driven close, and Pandarus, the son of Lycaon, shouted first, Great and mighty son of Tydeus, I should be thanking you for the honor your slaying will give me. How does that shoulder of yours feel? Strong enough for another strike? Bing! And Pandarus hurled his spear as he spoke, the bronze point striking through the shield of Diomedes, son of Tydeus, stopping just clear of piercing through the breastplate. And Diomedes moved his arms out of the way, and Diomedes, son of Tydeus, said, You missed. Bum 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 bum. And Diomedes hurled his spear back in turn. The bronze warhead went crashing into Pandarus's nose near the eyes, shattering his white teeth. The bronze point cutting through the root of his tongue, and it hung out from under his chin. Pandarus fell down to the earth, his teeth biting the cold bronze. And as he fell, he attempted for one last time to try and remember a single moment from his childhood where the Achaeans weren't pressing his people with threats of death. The horses startled aside for fear as Aeneas sprang forth from his chariot armed with shield and spear, ready to defend his comrade's body from being carried off. He circled around it like a lion in the pride of strength, shield and spear pointing forwards, with a cry of battle resolute on his lips to kill the first who dared face him. And so the son of Tydeus did. Rah! Putting up from the ground a mighty stone, so huge and jagged that as men are now today, it would take 2 men to lift this stone. And Diomedes bore it with ease, hefting it at Aeneas, where it landed on his groin, where it crushed the crop socket of his hip, where it turns in the joint, its jagged edges tearing the flesh, the force of its weight snapping the sinews, crushing the bone. The hero fell on his knees, propping his face above the ground with his hands, until the darkness of fate fell over his eyes. And in this place, Lord Aeneas, king of men, might have perished, had not Aphrodite, daughter of Zeus, quickly appeared onto the field to protect her son, whom she conceived with the mortal man Anchises when he was herding cattle. On the battlefield she poured her pale forearms around Aeneas and covered him with the fold of her own garments, lest some Danaan stab him with the spear, bearing her dear son out of the fight. Meanwhile, Sthenelus remembered his instructions. He tied his horses down to his chariot and robbed Aeneas of his own, driving them quickly over to his chosen comrades to return to the ships before driving back to search with speed for Diomedes, who had pressed into a pursuit against the goddess Aphrodite, spear in his hand, for he remembered Athena's instructions, knowing her to be much weaker in battle than the other gods. And when he at last, long last, had caught up, he leapt at her and thrust his spear into her delicate hand. Oh, there really needs to be music for this. And when at last, after long chase, he caught up, he leapt at her and thrust his spear into her delicate hand. We're supposed to be it. Yeah. Thrust his spear into her delicate hand. The point tore through her robe and pierced the palm of her hand, so that the immortal blood of the gods flowed. Ichor, it runs in the veins of divinities, for they do not eat, drink bread or drink wine such as ourselves. Aphrodite screamed and let her son Aeneas fall downward, but Phoebus Apollo caught him and hid him in a cloud of darkness, lest some spear-wielding Danaan finish him off. Underneath them, Diomedes shouted after the two gods as they rose away, "Give up, daughter of Zeus! Leave war and battle for your betters! Is it not carnage enough for you to ruin women with your lust? Remember this pain you feel the next time you hear of any war, even one of some long-off place in time far unknown from here." And so he mocked Aphrodite. As the goddess left the battlefield, Iris drew away from the chaos, throbbing with agony, her flesh darkening from the spilling of immortal blood. She found fierce Ares... Oh, wait, we gotta change the music here. She found fierce Ares resting on a cloud to the left of the battlefield, and bid him borrow his horses to return to Olympus. "Dear brother, save me and give me your horses to return home. I have been wounded by one of those mortals, Diomedes, the son of Tydeus. He would have the gall to fight even Zeus." Thus she spoke, and Ares granted her his gold-bridled horses. Iris took the reins, and they both flew forward up to high Olympus, where they stayed the horses and fed them their ambrosial fodder. And right away Aphrodite flung herself onto the lap of her mother Dione, who caressed her and said, "Oh, my dear, which one of the heavenly deities did this to you, child? As if you had committed some terrible crime in front of them all." "Diomedes, the son of Tydeus, struck me, because I was carrying my own son away from the battle, Aeneas, of whom I have loved more so than all the other mortals. The war raging on down there is no longer between Trojans and Achaeans, for now the Danaans have taken to fighting us immortals too." "Oh, endure it, my child, bear the pain, for many of us have suffered wounds from the strikes of men. Ares was once captured in a bottle for 13 months. Hera and Hades had both been hit by a thrice-barbed arrow shot from the son of Amphitryon, sticking out of their chest for days until Paeon gave them his poultice. But it was Athena who incited this incident this time. This deed that's been done against you, that was done by a fool. For the mortals who bring the gods pain never live long. They come home to return from war and see their children. They never come home to return from war and see their children run up to their knees. Let Diomedes think on how soon he'll be facing divinities stronger than yourself, and how soon his wife Agilia will be yearning for her slain husband." So spoke Diomedes, the mother of Aphrodite, as she wiped away the ichor from her daughter's hand, where the skin quickly grew back again, and the heavy throbbing of her pain subsided. But Athena and Hera, who were looking on, were eager to taunt their rival goddess. Athena spoke up and said, "Zeus, father, do not be angry with me, but I think our lady Aphrodite has been parching the Argive women with a thirst for Trojan men, and while pushing their rippling gowns, she must have pricked her wrist on a golden pin." So she mocked, and the father of gods and men smiled on her and spoke to Aphrodite, and calling her over, he said, "No, my child. The pain and bloodshed of warfare is not your domain. Your delightful duties are the works of longing and marriage. Leave all that fighting down there to Aphrodite and Ares." That's a typo. That's supposed to be Athena. And all the while as they were speaking, Diomedes had still never given up his pursuit against Aeneas, though he knew the Trojan was wrapped in the very arms of a god, Apollo, the lord of archery. Diomedes was still not even struck by awe at this god, so set he was on killing Aeneas and stripping the man's armor. 3 times he rushed in rage, ready to kill, and 3 times did Apollo banter back with his gleaming shield, and he came again for a 4th time like something more than a man, when Apollo addressed him with an awful, booming voice. "Son of Tydeus, cease, be wise and see how vast the difference is between gods and thee, between the powers that shine above your mind, deathless and divine. Far from you, a wretch of humble birth, you're a short-lived reptile in the dust of the earth." So spoke the celestial firing god, and that is what it finally took to spark a moment of retreat in the man. Diomedes gave way, but just enough to concede for Apollo alone, who finally finished taking Aeneas out of the crowd and set him on his temple at Pergamos. And there in the mighty sanctuary, Artemis and Leto set to work healing him, while Apollo fashioned a phantom in the image of Aeneas, armed and armored just as the living mortal himself was. The Trojans on the battlefield rallied around this phantom, hacking at the Achaeans' butlers and breastplates. While back at the Trojan temple at Pergamos, Apollo spoke a word to Ares, lord of warfare. "Ares, Ares, we must do something about this mortal Diomedes. Won't you intervene, at least drag him out of the fighting? First he came upon rosy Aphrodite and wounded her wrist, and then he charged at me like something more than a man. He might even soon have the courage to fight Zeus." Thus spoke Apollo as he sat down on top of Pergamos, while murderous Ares returned to the fighting. Taking the likeness of Acamas, the quick-footed Thracian prince, he rallied on the sons of Priam with words of vengeance. "Sons of Priam! How long will you let your people be slaughtered by Achaeans? Will you let them reach all the way to the walls of Troy? The great-hearted son of Anchises? Aeneas, who we honor as much as Prince Hector, is wounded out there somewhere. So come on, men, help me, rescue our brave comrade." The Trojan prince Hector heard this, and he was standing next to the mighty prince of Lycia, Sarpedon, son of Zeus himself. Sarpedon looked angry at Hector and said, "Hector, where is your courage gone to? You used to say you could hold the city without an army and without allies, with just your brothers and your sisters' husbands, but I don't see a single one of them out here. They cower. We, who are your allies, have come from far off Lycia to die in their stead. Leaving behind my wife and my baby son and my great riches too, defending your city so the Achaeans won't carry off any loot that's not even mine. Beware getting trapped in this net of war. It'll soon sweep up the whole world. You and your city are about to get dragged up from the roots, and you're just standing there, already trapped. So come now, Hector. Beg your allies to fight for their honor and for your city's protection. Rally your men to defend their wives. Hold these lines, and you'll be clean off of all the blame they could hurl at you." And these words cut into the heart of Hector. Straight away he sprang down from his chariot in his armor and went up and down his ranks, shaking his 2 spears above his head, shouting at the men to fight, raising the terrible cry of battle. And so Hector's men readied their weapons and their shields, turned to face the Achaeans, and readied themselves to charge at them. Excuse me one moment while I find the appropriate music. I have lost track of my space. And these words cut into the heart of Hector. Straight away he sprang down from his chariot in his armor, and he went up and down his ranks, shanking his 2 spears above his head, shouting at the men to fight, raising the terrible cry of battle. And so Hector's men readied their weapons and their shields, turned to face the Achaeans, readying themselves to charge at them, but the Argives opposing them did not falter. They closed the ranks and stood firm. And just as when the wind blows chaff off a threshing floor, where millers work to fill a barn with store, winnowing grain away from dry husks that swirl into a cloud, powdering workers and walls alike with flour, So too were the Achaeans whitened from the dust of trampling chariots, their drivers returning them back to battle, which raged on once more. The Trojans bore their fury underneath the protection of fierce Ares, who went all throughout their ranks imbuing men with anger. Remembering the instructions of Apollo and noticing that Pallas Athena had left the battle along with her protection over the strong grieved Achaeans alike. And out of the splendid sanctuary of Apollo at Pergamos, Apollo sent Aeneas forth to fight once again, his wounds healed and his heart filled with valor. He took his place among his comrades once more, and they were overjoyed with seeing him alive and sound, but too busy to ask exactly how it all happened, for they were so focused on the battlefield furies sent by Lord Apollo and Ares of the silver bow. The two Ajaxes, along with Odysseus and Diomedes, cheered the Achaeans on, fearless at the incoming onset of the Trojans. They stood as still as clouds on a windless day when the screaming rage of the gales stays sleeping. In such a way they were still unflinching against the Trojan charge, and King Agamemnon, son of Atreus, marched up and down his lines. "My friends," he said, "be men now! Make your hearts brave and remember your shame. Those who feel shame keep from cowering, and those who keep from cowering survive to win battles. Runaways get no glory, and runaways get cut down." And with that he threw his spear and hit a mighty man in the front line of the Trojans, Deicum, son of Pergasos, whom the Trojans held in no less honor than the son of Priam, for he was ever eager to place himself in the front. The spear drove straight through his shield, driving through his belt into the man's lower belly, his arms ringing around him as he fell heavily to the ground. And in turn, Aeneas, fresh from the temple, killed two champions of the Danaans, Crethon and Orsilochos. Their father was a rich man who lived in the strong city of Pheerae. He was descended from the river god Alpheus, whose wide stream flows through the land of the Pelians. Orsilochos the elder ruled over so many people and was father to Diocles, who in turn beget two sons, Crethon and Orsilochos the younger. And when those two grew up, they joined the cause of Menelaus and Agamemnon against Troy, and it was there that death obliterated the both of them. Like two lionesses' cubs who had just been allowed to snatch cattle and sheep all by themselves, only to fall victim to the hands of sheep-herding men guarding their flock, so too were these brothers vanquished by Aeneas, falling like high pine trees to the ground. And as they fell, Menelaus, beloved of Ares, felt great pity for them, and made his way through the front lines armored in gleaming bronze, brandishing his spear to protect their corpses. Antilochus, the son of Nestor, saw him marching into danger, and sprang forward, fearing that their king may come to harm again, bringing all their labors to nothing. Menelaus made his way to Aeneas, the two shaking their spears at each other, until Antilochus joined Menelaus' side. Aeneas, bold as he was, drew back from the fighting of both of them, and so they dragged the bodies of Crethon and Orsilochos back into the Achaean line, before returning themselves to the fighting, where they slew Pylaemenes, peer of Ares, captain of the Paphlagonian shieldsmen. Menelaus struck him on the collarbone while on his chariot, while Antilochus knocked down his charioteer Medon, the son of Atimneus, who was trying to turn the horses to flee away. And Antilochus sprang at him again, knocking him down with a blow from his sword. That also did not cut his flesh, but instead threw him onto the ground into a soft, sandy pit of thick, slippery, sticky oil, which would have been his lucky savior had he not then been trampled flat by his own horses, as Antilochus was lashing at him, driving the horses back to the Achaeans. The Trojan prince Hector had spotted them making their move and rushed after them with a loud cry, followed by the strong battalions of Trojans. Ares led them on, wielding a monstrous spear, at once in front of Hector and at once behind Hector. And as Diomedes had spotted Ares leading this charge before them, and for all his war cries, even Diomedes shuddered. As a man who spends all day traveling across a wide plain, only to find himself at the brink of some rushing river blocking him still, he turned back, facing his men, and said, "Listen, my men,
Ares is on the other side of the field, marching in escort with Hector, taking the form of mortal men. We have to give ground, but slowly, backwards, facing them. Don't turn around." And as he spoke, the Trojans drew closer. Hector, leading the charge, killed 2 men. Menestheus and Anchilochus, Telamonian Ajax, rose forth to protect their bodies, coming close and hurling his spear at Amphius, son of Selagus, a man of great wealth who owned rich grain fields in Paesus. But his lot had run out by coming to the aid of Priam and his sons. Ajax struck him in the belt, and the spear pierced into his lower belly, and he fell heavily onto the ground. Ajax ran forward to strip him of his armor, but the Trojans rained spears on him, many falling under his shield. He managed to pull his own spear back from Amphius, but had to return before pulling his decadent armor back out as well. The battle raged on between the two sides. The strong warrior Lepolemos, son of Heracles, a brave man of huge stature, was fated to fight Sarpedon, son of Zeus. And son and grandson drew near to each other. Lepolemos spoke first. "Sarpedon, counselor of the Lycians, why come here when you are a man of peace? They call you a son of Zeus, but you lie. You are nothing in stature like those men of old. Far above you towered Heracles, my own brave, lion-hearted father. Though he had 6 ships, only he managed to sack Troy and make a wilderness of his highways. You are a coward. Your men are fleeing from their formations, and for all your strength you will be of no help to Troy. You will pass through the gates of Hades instead by my hand." And Sarpedon, captain of the Lycians, answered him. "Lepolemos, your father overthrew Troy only because of the stupidity of one man, Laomedon, who still kept safe the horses Heracles had traveled so far to fetch. As for you, you will meet death at my spear, yielding glory for yourself and to the bounty of Hades for your soul." Thus they spoke, and threw their spears at the same moment. Sarpedon struck his foe in the middle of the throat, and the point reaching clean through out the other side, the murky gloom of night shrouded his eyes. But Lepolemos' own spear had also struck Sarpedon, forcing its way into his thigh and scraping the bone. Sarpedon's father Zeus had warded off death from the man. Though wounded as he was, he had to be carried off by comrades toiling under his weight, taking care not to disturb the struck spear any further, as they made their way through a rain of missiles. And meanwhile the Achaeans carried off the body of Lepolemos, a sight which sparked much pity in Odysseus, who debated on his choice whether to pursue the son of Zeus or to make slaughter of the Lycian rank and file. But it was not fated for the son of Zeus to be lain long under the earth, as Athena turned her mind towards the Lycian throng. He killed Corenos, Alastor, Chromius, Alcandros, Halius, Noemon, and Protanus, and he would have slain even more had not Hector of the shining helm noticed all his thrashing, and sped to the front of the fight clad in his gleaming armor, striking terror into the Danaans. And Sarpedon, still wounded, rejoiced at his coming. "Son of Priam, do not let me fall into the hands of the Danaans. Help me, since I may not return home to gladden the hearts of my wife and my infant son. Help me die within the walls of your city." So he spoke, but Hector of the shining helm made no answer, hurrying past him to drive back the Argives, to take many of their lives for his comrades they killed. The goodly companions of godlike Sarpedon kept carrying him on, laying him underneath a splendid tree, sacred to the Zeus of the Aegis. Woo! And out from his thigh his noble friend Pelagon pulled out the ash spear, and the breath of life left him, and a mist was shed over his eyes. But Sarpedon had only fainted, and quickly came back again as the breath of the north wind re-entered his body once more, bringing his life back again from the deep gasping that tore it out. And meanwhile the Argives were being pressed hard by Hector and Ares, though they were not driven back towards their hollow ships, nor were they moving forwards towards the Scaean gates of Troy, but holding firm to the clattering, shoving shields of a hardened battle line. When they knew Ares was with the Trojans, they began to give ground slowly, backwards, facing the Trojans and refusing to turn around. Who, then, were the first, and who were the last to be slain by Ares and Hector? Valiant Teuthros, and next Orestes, the driver of Horstes, Tricus, the Aetolian warrior, Oenamos and Helenus, the son of Eunops, an Oresbia cinched of the signing belt, who was possessed of great wealth, who dwelt by the Kephalenian Isles with other Boeotians who lived near him, owners of a fertile country land. And when Hera of the White Arms saw her Argives falling, she grew worried and addressed Athena in winged words. My pronunciations are starting to slip. For shame, daughter of the Zeus of the Aegis. If we let murderous Ares continue to rage furiously, then it will be a vain promise we pledged to the Achaean kings, that they would destroy the strong-walled citadel of Ilium and return home. Come, let us enter their fighting fury at once. And Athena did not disobey her, and at once she went to harness her gold-bridled horses. Her, the august Athena, daughter of Zeus, while Hebe ran quickly to the chariot's side, setting 8 spoked wheels into his axles. It was a chariot rimmed in everlasting gold, and around its axles ran tires of bronze in a pattern bold, silver hubs spinning around the carriage's woven body, gold and silver straps binding it all tight, and around its deep curves swept a double rail with a yoke pole of silver jutting out from the carriage. It was a marvel to behold. Hebe fastened a yoke onto the silver pole and bound onto it 2 harnesses, while Hera brought under the yoke her swift-footed horses, racers eager for war and the piercing cry of battle. While elsewhere, Athena dropped her rippling robe onto her father's floor, a soft mantle stitched together and richly embroidered by her own hands. And then she donned the dark cloak of the Lord of Lightning, arming herself for battle, buckling her breastplate and slinging over her shoulders her shield, 100 tassels flaring terror, panic itself engraved into a crown around the shield, alongside it etchings of strength, flight, and strife whose blood runs cold, and in the center there was an engraving of a screaming Gorgon, a dreaded monster, grim, awful to behold. And on her head she set her helmet of gold, quadruple-plated with 2 bulbous bosses of metal bulging from both sides, the emblems of 100 warriors pressed over its inlaid eye. And into the fiery chariot she stepped, grasping her spear, strong, sturdy, and thick. Hera entered into the car next to her, and with her flick of a whip the horses rose into speed. And as the cloud-covered gates of heaven opened of their own accord before them, the gates who shroud Mount Olympus away in a dense cloud, the gates of heaven that bar away seasons and hours of time, just past those gates they found Lord Zeus, perched on one of the many ridges of Olympus. The ox-eyed Lady Hera slowly stayed her horses, and speaking to Zeus she said, Father Zeus, look, are you not angry at Ares for all your slain devotees, and how many good and great Achaeans he's killed, and how heightened my grief now is? He has no rhyme, no reason, and Aphrodite and Apollo are with him, enjoying it too. They're egging him on, encouraging that maniac towards even further mischief. Zeus, please don't be angry with me if I go down there and smack him hard, chase him out of the battlefield. Fine, but go bring your sister with you as well. No one punishes Ares more harshly than she does. So he spoke, and so she obeyed. She lashed her horses, and they winged forth through the earth and the heavens, as far as a man can watch when gazing out across the wine-dark sea, perched atop some high lookout pointed into the hazy distance. Such was the span of the sky the gods could leap in a single bound. And when they reached Troy at the point where the rivers Simois and Scamandros meet, Hera halted her 2 horses, and hid them in a misty cloud discreet. Ambrosial fodder flung up from the grass beneath the horses' feet for grazing, the will of the river god Simois. The 2 goddesses flew on like tough pigeons, furious with purpose, eager to come and aid the Argive warriors. They found the best and the bravest of them standing ranged round Diomedes, son of Tydeus, his warriors leering hungrily like lions who eat raw flesh. They were unsure of whether to continue rampaging into lines of men led by Ares himself. And so the ox-eyed Lady Hera took the likeness of a man, Stentor, whose voice was equal to that of 50 men together, and she shouted, Argives! Only men in figure and name, once from the walls your timid foes engaged, while forever in war divine Achilles raged. Now issuing fearless they possess the plain, so win these shores and scarce the seas remain. With these words she put courage into the hearts of the men, while Athena sprang to the side of the son of Tydeus, whom she found near his chariot and horses, cleansing the wound Pandarus had given him earlier. For he found the sweat of his arm to irritate him whenever it ran over the black-clotted blood of his wound. Pallas Athena laid hands on his horses, grabbed their yoke, and said, "Degenerate son, not one of Tydeus's kind, whose slight body lodged a mighty mind, alone, unguarded once." I'm using the female voice for this one. I'm gonna jot that down. Get real confused that this is Athena talking here. Female voice. Don't use her stentor voice for this one. There's also director's commentary, an implied internal conflict going on between Athena and Diomedes here, so it would make sense for her to be a voice in his head for this exchange rather than a corporeal, material figure on the field. "Degenerate son, not one of Tydeus's kind, whose slight body lodged a mighty mind. Alone, unguarded, once he dared to go, and feast encircled by Theban foe. There he vanquished many a hardy knight, such nerves I gave him, and such force in fight. But thee, I see, fear deters or sloth detains. No drop of thy father warms thy veins." Diomedes listened, and he answered, "I know you, goddess of wisdom and war. I will hide nothing from you. I'm not afraid, nor out of heart, nor is there any slackness in me. I'm only following your instructions. I memorize them. Fighting against gods I should shun, all but for at least one. Aphrodite mingling in the Trojan band. Aim for her and strike, so does Athena command. And I got her. She's out. But Ares is still fighting, stronger, more powerful, lording his presence over the whole battlefield. And so I ordered us back." And then in answer, Pallas Athena spoke with a smile. "Diomedes, son of Tydeus, listen and hear. Not Ares himself, nor any immortal thou'st need fear. Full speed ahead, lash thy foaming horse. Straight into Ares, Pallas lends thee force. Rash, furious, blind, from these to those he flies. Every side of wavering conflicts he tries. And with that, Pallas Athena climbed aboard his chariot, grabbing the arms of Sthenelus and throwing him straight off, who smacked into the ground with a thud. Nimbly recovering his fall into a roll, he thought for all possibilities he must have simply lost his footing and fall. The chariot rumbled on, loud creaking oaken oxens, buckling the load. A great man and a terrible goddess, cracking the whip and wrestling the reins. She sped the whole-hoofed horses instantly straight at Ares. Ares, who was busy stripping the armor off of huge Periphas, son of Ochelios. Pallas Athena had made herself invisible to all except Diomedes. Wait a second, there's music missing from this section. Yeah, there we go. Diomedes' theme again. Pallas Athena had made herself invisible to all except Diomedes. And so when Ares saw Diomedes, thinking he was alone, he dropped giant Periphas down to the ground where he had fallen. They advanced onto each other, and Ares threw first. He let fly a bronze spear straight over the reins into the breast of Diomedes. But Athena caught the spear in her hand, threw it over the chariot. And Diomedes then threw out a spear himself, and Athena drove it with her hand into the pit of Ares' belly. We're at 656 of the music. This is 656. Yeah. 4 more seconds. And Athena drove it with her hand into the pit of Ares' belly, held together by the girdle of his belt, ripping through his godly flesh and pulling the spear back out again. Ares roared as loudly as 9 or 10,000 men in the thick of a fight, and the Achaeans and Trojans were seized by panic. So terrible was the cry he raised. And just as when spirals of dark blackened mist appear out of the clouds, when hot wind swirls the summer gales into cyclones of tornado, Ares, insatiate of warfare, ascended up into heaven, and in great pain he sat down beside Zeus, the son of Cronos.
showing him the immortal blood ichor flowing out from his wound, and he spoke piteously, saying, "Father Zeus, how are you not angered by all this? We, gods, suffering in such cruel a manner at each other's hands to help mortals. We owe you a grudge for siring that shrew from your skull, Athena. We other gods must do all as you bid us, but her you neither scold nor punish. You encourage her because the pestilent creature is your daughter. Look how she's been inciting proud little Diomedes to vent his frustrations out on us. First he went up to Aphrodite and speared her in the hand near her wrist, and then he sprang upon me too as though he were a god. I'd be throbbing in agony among the corpses, being eaten alive by spears had I not run for it." Zeus looked angrily at him and said, "Do not come whining here, sir, playing both sides. I hate you worst of all the gods in Olympus. You are always fighting and making mischief. It's your mother. You have her intolerable, stubborn spirit. It's all I can do to manage her, and it's all her doing that you're now in this plight. Still, I cannot let you remain longer in such great pain. You are my own offspring, but if you had been the son of any other god, you'd be laying lower than the Titans right now." Zeus then summoned the healing god Paeon, whose soothing pungent herbs cured him instantly with no pain, for he was not of mortal blood like us. As the juice of the fig tree curls milk and thickens it into cream in quick moments, so instantly did Paeon cure fierce Ares. Then Hebe washed him and clothed him in elegant garments, where his cooler temper sat him by his father Zeus, all of them glorious to behold. And then the last other two Olympians, Hera of Argos and Athena of Boeotia, went back again to the house of Zeus, now that they had made Ares, ruiner of mortals, end his slaughter of the Achaeans. Yeah. Ooh. Ah. Yeah. Ooh. Hell yeah. Really gets the breathing going. There's wind, a little bit of a calorie burn going on. A lot of all that talking and shouting and winding yourself. I feel like I'm allowed to eat a candy bar now. All right, so I want to wonder how many of you guys watching. Wow, we just dropped from like 60 viewers to 30 with that. Yeah. So of the 30 who are still remaining here, I would like to poll on how comprehensible all that was. How well did it all come together? Were you able to decipher the scenes of the action of who was talking to who and what they were doing? The why, I think, is a little bit beyond this stream right now. We're at book 5 of a 24 chapter long experience, and I'm curious whether or not it sounds the same to other people as it does to me. I'm curious whether or not it sounds even 10% as comprehensible to other people as it does to me. So, I'm going to take a moment to review the chat messages and see what I meant throughout, see what I missed throughout all that Homer. Speared in the buttocks make me giggle like a child, which is a good thing. I remember this section from a couple streams ago. Yeah, because that's the one I've been working on for so long. I've been trying to figure out how to make this section sound cool. And it's so intimidating because there's 19 more to go after this one. Like, book 6 I'm going to have no problem with. I don't think I'm going to have any problems with book 9, 11, and like the last 4. A lot of the books of the Iliad are video game fight scenes of
so-and-so killed so-and-so through the so-and-so, and the blood flowed like so-and-so. And figuring out how to make that sound cool might have taken me a year. I remember this section from a couple streams ago. I love how this section is Diomedes mowing the Trojans like grass while we get a cutaway to each one's epic backstory before being dispatched easily. Nice touch. I wonder how much wild gesturing was employed in Greece. It feels very theatrical. Yeah, going through this does have me thinking that the bards would do gestures. It is confirmed. There's some Roman historians, some Roman writers who wrote down some descriptions of their evenings with the bards, and it is confirmed the bards did do voice acting. They got into character. They strummed a musical instrument, and they got into character. If you're listening to an audiobook of Homer where they don't do that, that's, they're playing on an AMD card. That's not NVIDIA the way it's meant to be played. I don't know if Homeric performances would have employed that necessarily, but all of the tragedians and comedies who wrote about Agamemnon, Odysseus, and like definitely did. Yeah. Points in the favor of hand gestures include how overacting was a conscious, deliberate part of Greek theater. The idea was that acting, yeah, this is maybe the Greeks can put it simpler than the way I did. The modern mind has a terrifying confrontation against pure distilled mountain spring narcissism when thinking about how the voice of in your head may or may not be roughly analogous to what the ancient prophets were talking about being the voice of God, suddenly giving them a moment of clarity. The ancient Greeks believed that acting in theater was a quasi-religious ritualistic rite. They did it during festivals to Dionysius, was the pretense for putting on a show. There were no secular theater festivals. There was no permanent theater building. Theater was a festival in celebration of the god Dionysius. And so the idea was that, like Homer, they function simultaneously as casual fun entertainment and also a religious demonstration to a presumed supernatural deity whose appeasement would soothe the problems of larger scale issues of society, such as earthquakes, plagues, famines, and man-made issues, including as well warfare, economic recessions, poor constructions, houses suddenly collapsing after years of standing sturdy. All of those larger scale issues beyond the scope that a human being could individually see with their eyeballs were presumed to be the results of gods meddling around in the universe. And so, this is so hilarious, and maybe it does more cleanly explain the sacred quasi-religious nature of literary spoken word art, and that is that in ancient Greek theater, the louder you shout your lines and the more intense you overact your performance, the clearer the gods upstairs in the sky can hear you. For a really good demonstration, there's a really good late 1950s, maybe early 60s, definitely pre-social revolution media where a production of Oedipus Rex is made in New York and filmed on the stage and then edited into a movie for theaters at the time and done in the Greek style where they're all wearing big, gaudy masks, and the masks look so cool. William Shatner is an extra in this version of Oedipus Rex, but it's a wonderful version of Oedipus Rex from the late 50s, early 60s, that era of culture, where the actors are shouting their lines and overacting in the sacred style of shouting it loud enough for the guards upstairs to hear so much. Yeah, that was a very long tangent for one question in the Twitch chat, and a little while I'm gonna have to take Eddie out. He's asking to go to the bathroom, but then I'm gonna come back to talk about Homer and try to outline out what my explainer for Book 5 is gonna be, because the answers that you guys provide the questions about what was not making sense there is gonna be something I'm gonna have to address in the explainer after the chapter. Woo! Yeah.
Wild gesturing. I think the bards probably were doing wild gesturing. They were doing voice acting, and gesturing wildly was encouraged when Greek theater began a few centuries later. Woo. Ruin women with your lusts. Yeah, everyone likes their maybe first more intimate personal encounter with Aphrodite in Greek mythology, and realizing that being the goddess of love is not all fun and gay. Yeah, maybe I should explain it like that. In the ancient Greek mindset, being the goddess of love was not all fun and games. Love was scary, love was dangerous. They were very, very scared all the time of deaths in childbirths, accidental pregnancy, no contraception, no modern medicine. Falling in love and having a sexual encounter with someone could oftentimes be just as terrifying as it was, as it could be exciting and soul reaffirming. Aphrodite, in many cases in Greek mythology, is like scary. In this case, she is depicted as a warrior goddess, which I think is gonna go over pretty well. The Iliad is an incredibly sexist poem with very, very poorly treated human female characters. But the goddesses, on the other hand, kick ass. Well, I mean, I said that just after Aphrodite got her ass kicked in turn. But no, the goddesses will put on armor and fight in the battles. I'll put it that way. Aphrodite is someone you're supposed to be afraid of. In Book 3, I feel like I especially got this conveyed this pretty well with the tone of voice and audio editing, where Aphrodite is an old lady angrily dragging the two lovers together who have good reason to stay away from each other. Yeah. Aphrodite ruins women with her lust. She ruins people with her lust. She does not make lives better with her lust. I can see a bard doing that too. You kind of have to have flow. The chorus in Greek theater, from which we get the word, was a set of masked actors who would perform in unison doing plays to act out various expository dialogues or other related purposes, right? Yes. I don't think the chorus is as abstract a concept as a lot of people make it sound out to be. They just play the role of the crowd, of the people, of the town, of the townsfolk. Just think of the chorus as the townsfolk, basically. They, like, deliver news. Sometimes it's a rumor from the other side of town. I did not have that much trouble interpreting the choruses in Greek tragedy. More the rituals and rites and mores and customs, not necessarily the formulas and formatting. Those seem to have stuck with us far more permanently than the rituals and the magic and the rituals and what exactly the value of life is supposed to be at this particular moment in Greek literature. I don't know if Homeric performances would have employed that necessarily, but all the tragedies or comedies who wrote about Agamemnon, Odysseus, and like definitely did. Sounds like a remastered edition almost. That is kind of the vibe I want to go for. Instead of a single storyteller, you bring in a whole cast and production around the same text. Yeah, I kind of do want to, like, tap into the idea of a remastered version of this oral epic. There's so many different ways to consume it. You're probably going to feel tempted to read it silently with your eyeballs on paper first from one of the modern translations. And then maybe you might realize you'll have a better time listening to an audiobook with some kind of supplementary explainer material along the way. The audiobook narrators, on the other hand, are like, they're not PhD classicists. I feel that there is a problem. This is why I am doing this project. There is a problem with the way Homer and epic poetry audiobooks are narrated. And it's because they are being read like other books, and we are pulling from a period of history where you are not meant to read these things like you read other books. They are performances. They are meant to be said out loud. They're part of a communal activity. Woo. Yeah, the Iliad, remastered edition. This, if you give it a shot 2 times and then hit mine with the 3rd, that's the kind of ideal listener I think I might want to be tapping into, is someone who has given it a shot and read a bit of some background explainers before, but didn't quite have enough of a modern remastered edition version of it to go off of. I love Zeus so much. He sounds so annoyed by the whole affair. A terrible person, of course, but hilarious in this story. Thank you very much. I feel that might be my characterization, doing a lot of work to make the character more fun to listen to. Yeah, no, agreed. Feel flattered about that. Thank you. Awesome. Wonderful. Are gods people? I'd argue yes, they sure act like people. A terrible dysfunctional family. Oh boy, here we go. My favorite theory is that the Olympian gods, and yes, they are people, the whole thematic frame of the Iliad is going to have the gods acting like petty, vindicative, immature child people whose problems seem so much more. Listen to the music, it's hammering home the point. They don't die, and if they don't die, then they all the problems they face have far fewer stakes, and all of the ethos and the pathos, the emotional weight of the rest of the story is not of a concern to them. The drama of the Iliad is about characters questioning how much needs to be at stake before they start preparing for death, before how bad does the war need to go before they will pick self-sacrifice over pride and / figure out how to combine the two. It's the central story is about Achilles figuring out how to cope with the death of his fellow soldiers who make the ultimate manly soldiery sacrifices of selflessness and bravery and courage in the face of death. The gods do not have that problem, therefore all of the thematic explorations of the poem are a very petty concern to them. They're comic relief. They are comic relief. They are people. They are meant to be like a contrast to the human characters. The problems that the human characters are dealing with are supposed to seem more intense because of this contrast with the gods, and the silliness and litheness and patheticness of the gods is supposed to be more obvious by comparing it to the problems the humans got to deal with. It's very, very profound and fascinating, and you can string up all sorts of complicated butterfly effects onto modern thinking with your fun Homer conspiracy board. Yeah, the gods are people. They are people. They are people who do not die. That is a good way of thinking of them. They also provide the voice in the characters' heads sometimes. There's I think a wonderfully beautiful interpretation of the role of the gods in the Iliad, where they serve the opposition of a character's internal dialogue. I absolutely love that and try to exploit that interpretation in my version. I liked it, George. Fairly well, but it's a lot of gruff men. What to do about the gruff men? Should I, throw in a femboy in there every now and then? Maybe there should be, maybe for every, 10 big, buff, manly, hairy Spartans, we can have one lithe, effeminate, skinny, Athenian femboy. Maybe that's how I can solve the problem of all the gruff men. I liked it, George. I was listening in the background as I was working. I was imagining them yelling at each other in battle. The sound effects are very sweet. How did male actors do female voices back in the day? I guess they wouldn't have done it any differently than they do today. You try really hard to get rid of the gravel from your manly voice. Get rid of the gravel. High pitch, high pitch, high pitch, high pitch, high pitch. Get rid of the gravel.
Testing, testing. Yeah, I don't really know how good my feminine voice is without the pitch shifting and Sony Vegas noise removal stuff going on, but hey, I can at least try.
Maybe... I feel like you could play both roles with enough voice strength. Play both yeah, that's what I mean. I would assume that the bards would perform as the females as males, and there would be no questioning it, no controversy, like in Shakespeare. Did they put on a falsetto? Maybe annoyed was the wrong term for me to sue for Zeus. He also seems incredibly easier to butter up and convince. Yeah, true. Everyone seems to be able to convince him to let them do whatever they want with mortals. I wonder if the idea... Yeah, okay, there is an explanation for that somewhere out there. I think I remember reading that Zeus, he's the king of the god, and is king of the gods, and does show, like, the less flattering side of being a king. Turns out being a king isn't fun in games after all. Zeus is supposed to be very frustrated and annoyed with how he has to get everyone to agree on something, and that is supposed to be reflective of a king. Remember that this was primarily performed for and listened to by the nobility class. Zeus, one can assume that Zeus was a moment of amusement, a reflection for kings listening who might themselves be exhausted at all the petty issues they've been having to deal with among their subjects all day, and what sort of ridiculous compromises they'd have to get all the most important people of their realms to agree on in order to keep the kingdom together. Whew. I wonder if the idea that gods were human was comforting. The world doesn't make any sense. Well, neither do we. Agree. Yeah, no, This is a big difference between monotheism or like even Judaism. Like the one monotheistic god that you can read out of the Old Testament is definitely not a particularly... The whole point of Job is specifically about God being incomprehensible, unknowable, insane. Bad things happen to good people for reasons we don't even know how to ask the question over. Christianity and Islam, on the other hand, stress over and over and over and over again, beat it into the kids. They really, really want you thinking of God as being perfect and immutable and good. The pagans were definitely not thinking of their gods as being perfect and good. And neither was the ideal lives that they were using as exemplify. The most perfect and good Greek was a citizen soldier, right? And that carries with it a paradox. You can't be a good person in Greece, ancient Greece, without being a soldier who is going to be the villain in someone else's story. And so you have the Iliad as like the beginning of Western literature, the beginning of Greek philosophy and the Greek dialogue, being this reflection on the tragedy of how winning a war means that someone else loses a war, or how winning a war doesn't really seem that big of a deal a couple centuries later after the empire itself has fallen, and whoever happens to be living on the same spot as the victors before is really getting nothing out of it. And in the more modern era where the empire that won the war has long since fallen, the Iliad is not, by all means, not necessarily a positive celebration of the warrior culture, and therefore stands as another example of settling on the idea that the forces behind the universe are just as insane as the most insane humans can be. The pre-Socratic philosopher Xenophanes criticized the poetic tradition of humanizing the gods, but I think we can see how successful he was on getting people on board with that by just looking at how many people... What the hell am I reading all of a sudden? Turtles AWD here is like slamming through the wow. He really like flashing his PhD, his classics PhD. The pre-Socratic philosopher Xenophanes criticized the poetic tradition of humanizing the gods, but I think we can see how successful he was on getting people on board with that, just looking at how many people know the name Homer, versus how many people know Xenophanes. Also compared to like how many people read Plato for pleasure. Plato was also a big famous Homer critic. He didn't like the depiction of the gods in Homer, which I think brings up a very important point, illustrating how different Christianity was from paganism, and the fact that you even were allowed to criticize the most popular works about your gods. Plato did not get arrested by the cops and executed by the states for writing criticisms about how Homer was depicting the gods as being too weak and too fickle and too human-like. The projection of human problems onto godly problems was clear as absolute day to Homer. Ain't no Greeks asking why bad things happen to good people. Yeah. Yeah. I would love to, like, have Oedipus in one hand and Job in the others and be like, bad things are happening to this good person because the gods hate him, versus bad things are happening to this good person because God is fucking around with him. The answer to the problem of evil in Christianity is all over the place, because Christianity is, the modern denominations are all over the place and continuing the 3,000-year-long Western tradition of radically branching off religious movements from something different than they begin. How can I summarize a Christian example of the problem of evil? Bad things happen to good people because it's God's greater plan. God, yeah, there we go. And under this ancient Greek worldview, bad things happen to good people because the gods have bad plans for them. So bad things may happen to good people under Christianity as part of a greater good plan. Bad things are going to happen to good people in Greek tragedy because the gods have bad plans. These bad gods have bad plans for them. Alright. With this, I'm actually not going to pause the stream. I'm going to keep the stream going as a dialogue session while I draft up and outline the explainer for Book 5 of the Iliad. I just did an explainer for all the questions in chat. I'm going to take Eddie out to use the potty, and I'm going to put a message up on the screen about how I'm out pooping and or feeding the dog, and I'll be right back, bucko. This is stylistically dissonant. What's how can I have the spirit of Homer come on to me for this section here? Oh, me. Okay, I'm back. I wonder what I missed. Oh, we're talking about the planets. Background music going on. He would oust from our orbit if he could. Do you plan on playing Hades 2? Not in the immediate sense. What's the timing on that release date for Hades 2 looking like? Because maybe I can... May 6th. Oh, I'm kind of behind schedule. I don't know if I'll be able to ride off the coattails of Hades 2's Greekaboo magnetism going on for an SEO boost of my own Iliad stuff, but yeah, I don't know if I have plans on playing Hades 2 anytime soon. I feel like I only barely enjoyed the first game. It felt like it took a lot of work to enjoy the first game, and it was cheer before you get back into it, since I don't know if it's TTS. Hey, no, you got it. Yeah, Hades 1, like, I remember feeling rushed to beat it, to see what the ending looks like before some video deadlines and podcast deadlines were gonna be hit. I had to rush Hades. I really had to grind through it for maybe longer play sessions than it was intended to be played, and recall a slog on the way to the final for real final boss, which had a lot of interesting writing hidden behind it as a reward. There was some interesting writing on the way there, but the ending of Hades 1 really blew me away. Ultimately, though, I don't know if the equation of that math adds up to me getting super duper excited for a sequel. When looking back on it, I really think that maybe I would have been better off watching the ending of Hades on YouTube instead of actually grinding through the game and beating that final boss something like 1 week after launch for the sake of making media on the internet about it. It really spoiled the fun. That was very depressing. I have a lot less depressing things to say about working with Homer than with video games. Yeah, I really appreciate Hades for its mythology more than I do the actual gameplay. It's just way too difficult for me to enjoy beating all the way through in that 1 week span, and then thinking about doing it all over again for a Hades 2 is not a very appealing thought. But anyways, that's fine. It's popular and it should be. The more kids get into this stuff, the better, right? Yeah, you gotta beat the big guy 10 times for the final ending. God. And the ending was, like, good. Like, that was why, that was the point, that was the purpose. The ending was worth it, but maybe only barely so, and definitely not worth doing it again. But anyways, well, for the people who are here, I would like to work on the commentary explainer for Book 5. I've had all but the last few paragraphs completed for many months now, but I never did write the actual first words of the first sentence of the commentary section, and I'll probably just end up No, I know how I'm beginning this. I want the commentary to be mostly about gods. So, Book 5 of the Iliad. Let's summarize that a bit. What did my previous commentaries look like? I primarily want to be talking about the gods, but it looks like in months earlier, the notes I jotted down for myself have me wanting to talk about the Homeric narrative moving around like a camera. That's a huge deal that I should talk about for an hour. Homer is more like a dramatist than the usual poet. Sure. Homeric combat sections that end in death will also typically start by describing the victim's father first, an empathetic literary device. So, I'm going to prioritize the gods above all those other categories, but I don't think I want to hit the empathetic mechanisms as bad as I want to hit the camera and the gods, and I don't have time for everything. Homer's more like a dramatist. Homer's got the empathetic literary devices. Diomedes is trying to, by penning the confrontation between the values of the heroic system at their height. Yeah, this is an interesting thing to put under the umbrella category of the gods. And you know what? Maybe before getting into some more dense material about the gods, let's start out with the closest thing we got to a camera, which is absolutely, positively mind-blowing and needs to be... God, that's so the more I think about it, the more it's still blowing my mind. My mind's not done being blown by how the Homeric narrative is like a camera that moves from one angle to another all in the same battle. When I did the Odyssey this weekend, I was flabbergasted at how close the resemblance is between Metal Gear Solid 3's climactic, exciting final battle, conclusion style final act, and how similar it is to the Odyssey in its final act. In the Odyssey, in the final act, we have the narrative so-called camera following Odysseus and Telemachus and Penelope and a little bit of the suitors, all doing very, very independent things of one another in the service of a grander plan that eventually comes together in some exciting, bloody battle scenes. But on their way there, I was reminded of how at the end of Metal Gear Solid 3, you have the hero and his girl kind of sort of sneaking behind the scenes of an incredibly stupid villain who's completely oblivious. He particularly, in the Odyssey, he particularly describes Penelope as like Telemachus is shutting the doors that has a store of weapons inside. Then the camera cuts to Penelope looking at this action happening through a keyhole. Then the camera cuts to like Odysseus stalking through the crowd of suitors, planning which ones he's gonna kill first. And then the camera will cut to like the bumbling fun sidekick Swineherd, who's locking doors and boiling pressure towards a style of ending where you have multiple characters who are all working towards a plan. They're sabotaging things stealthily from behind the scenes. That's, I think, where I think it reminded me the most of Metal Gear Solid 3. How this camera follows likable, charismatic heroes who are having to sneak around and smooth talk and hide to be able to have the climactic final plan come together. I thought it was interesting how the fertility of the lands people came from was mentioned. It was very important that you knew Demosthenes had a really productive olive garden. Yeah, I suppose that is funny. I don't know if there's quite as much to talk about and rack one's brains around. I suppose one interesting angle to add to that is the bard accounting for the possibility that, let's say, listeners from Demosthenes' realm were in the audience and thus would get really excited for hearing their homeland mentioned in a flattering light. The Book of Ships, in Book 2, the Catalog of Ships specifically, is like a pep talk roll call where he just talks about how cool all the little Greek city-states participating are and how many of them. There were several on the list that I believe he claimed had the most beautiful women in all the world. Yeah, like shouting out the host city during an arena tour. Yeah, absolutely, totally. So Athena and Ares are both the god of wars, but Athena is a superior one who is seen to embody the caution, strategy, and intellect of so-called civilized warfare, and Ares is supposed to be a god from a more primeval, uncivilized time. Ares is the god of warriors using their anger and rage to win the battle, and Athena is the god of war in the sense that she's the god of warriors using tactics and strategies and brains to win the battle. That might be worth mentioning, but the stuff about Aphrodite is so much more worth. Okay. Aphrodite is a warrior goddess, and look at all this stuff I have on Aphrodite. A warrior goddess in Book 5 of the Iliad, and this is because it's owing to a earlier interpretation of Aphrodite and Venus-type figures. The general schism going on here is that in ancient Greece, Aphrodite was oftentimes depicted as wearing armor and holding a spear. She was a manifestation of a much more fearsome view of beauty, attraction, and sex. And in later Greek society, and most if not all of Roman society, Aphrodite and then Venus are depicted as like naked ladies posing seductively or trying to cover up. Very, very different vision than a warrior goddess you are supposed to be afraid of. So the whole Trojan War starts from a beauty contest. There's a line in Book 3 about how terrifying Helen's beauty is. Being the goddess of beauty is not all fun and games. Beauty is primeval. Scratch of something hard to think about. The whole Trojan War starts from a beauty contest. We're going to explain the backstory of the Trojan War and why Aphrodite is so hell-bent on preserving Helen and Paris' lust for each other, which in turn preserves the strife of the Trojan War. So, the backstory is like the apple of discord. Paris, being the strapping young lad that he is, aligns himself to Aphrodite above other three gods in a beauty contest. Aphrodite ends up hooking him up with Helen, which causes the war. So, like, she's not doing good things. She's not introducing a couple to one another who are gonna madly fall in love and start a cute little family and live happily ever after. She is the goddess of a adulterous affair escalating wildly out of control. And by the time we pick up the narrative in the Iliad, the two adulterous partners of the affair aren't even that interested in each other anymore. As the winner of Paris' judgment, Aphrodite is invested in Paris' fulfillment. As the losers, Athena and Hera aren't. They favor the Achaeans. So us saying nowadays that Aphrodite is the goddess of love evokes a very different response than it would have back then. Gods don't make decisions with concerns of human suffering on their mind. So in this respect, godlike is not necessarily a compliment, and Helen is so godlike in her desires that she eloped without thoughts of the consequences. In Book 3, we see that she has turned around, expressing more human emotions like regret and empathy. Another way that Homer is ahead of his time. Helen is treated like a human instead of an archetype. Okay, Aphrodite previously being a warrior goddess. The goddess is an elemental creature, her element being the psychology of human desire. There we go, that's the term. The psychology of human desire. That's scary. Nowadays, when you think of love and sex and attraction and beauty, you probably don't think of scary things. When you think of the psychology of human desire, though, then the modern mind is probably going to be cinching closer to where the ancient Greek mind was thinking of these things. It's a very Greek thought to think of the same god responsible for both the wound and the bandage. has something to do with the moral ambiguity of their worldview, ambiguity over good and evil. The same gods control both, the push and pull of contrasting forces. Let's refer to Yale New Testament lecture number 20 about Paul writing the New Testament, and how in Paul's time in Rome, the statistics have shown from the census data that has survived that Roman women were expected to give birth at least 5 times per lifetime to maintain population stability. And each time in those births, I wonder if this is still the correct figure. I didn't jot it down on my outline. How do I look this up? It's something like 30%. The women are rolling a 30% chance of dying in childbirth, and they're expected to do it 5 times. So sex and love weren't really all fun and games until the 60s, 70s. It's only extremely recently when a heterosexual couple could engage in a fully complete session of sex without some kind of fears of pregnancy complications. So from a Bronze Age worldview, Aphrodite influences tragic, unrequited love, abusive, obsessive relationships, rape and incest, deaths and childbirth. The Greeks didn't pretend to ignore this bad stuff, therefore they didn't romanticize desire. They were more interested in the irony of how those problems arise from trying to live together in harmony. So Ishtar and Inanna, early Aphrodite and Roman Venuses, they're depicted as being armed and armored. The later versions become nude pinups. And then we have Christianity's dim version of sexuality pushing Aphrodite out of the limelight, but Mary worship. Oh, this was from a BBC documentary, I got that one. Mary worship amongst Catholics arguably became an analog for Aphrodite Venus worship. Less a divinity representing the strife of sexuality and more the harmony of femininity and the divine resurrection of creating new life, which were still within the realms of pagan Aphrodite. Okay. So yeah, modern Mary, Mother Mary of the modern times, is like a defanged version of Aphrodite, where embodying the spookiness of human desire has gone away, embodying the lust of sexual desire has gone away, embodying the bad stuff of yeah, like Mary doesn't even have sex. She is a virgin goddess. How does the Catholic pantheon work? Right. Mary's the closest thing we got nowadays. But certainly is a defanged version of a classically morally ambiguous Greek Olympian god who is not a good thing. Aphrodite is the goddess of love, yeah. That's not a good thing. That does not mean she's a good god whose side you want to be on. It means she's gonna drive you fucking insane and either, yeah. There are many disgusting modern analogs one could exploit for trying to understand why love and sex would be really scary. Dante in his Inferno has a special circle of hell reserved for those who committed irrational crimes while possessed by the insanity of love. That's a good way of putting it. Yes, because love is insane. That's why the Greek gods on Mount Olympus nowadays almost read like the attestations of an insane person. The characters of the Iliad almost sound like insane people who have internal dialogues in their heads where they think they're speaking to gods. And in the frame of the story, they might as well be. That's how the story's told. Yeah, that is the flavor of insanity. There we go. Insanity is the word. That is the flavor of insanity. The kind of insanity that Aphrodite represents. The gods represent some layer of what strikes modern people as insane. Didn't strike them as insane back then, but nowadays relying on some other voice in your head is something that we typically resign for who we're gonna call insane people. I also want to talk about the music theme. Mars, the bringer of war, the prototypical theme for big spectacle movie battle scenes and the Super Mario Bros. 3 battleship boss levels. dun 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 da 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 da. This is such a cool track. We have the precursor to heavy metal in here too. It's headbangable. And there's a trot rhythm, a horse trotting rhythm going on. It's too fast to march to, but it still keeps a rhythm of a military marching song. But every now and then the soldiers marching on stop and something goes wrong and there's a big issue and horses gallop in. This was 1901, I believe. And for battle scenes in movies, this track gets utilized all over the place. Most famously with Star Wars. Once you hear this track over and over again for like 40 times to edit a video to it, you're gonna hear this music track forever. Absolutely a important piece of classical music for teaching the kids to be more media literate for the media they're consuming. Okay, so let's see. What did I have planned for me for the artifact? It's race bronzes. See, I gotta spend like 10 to 15 minutes talking about all these bullet point items on the list here. Okay, I was bolding the ones I wanted to include. That's what I was doing. La, da, da. Ooh, I also need to reread my explainers from the previous 4 books before I do this to make sure I don't repeat anything redundant. There's a 30% chance of death in childbirth, and only 17% of women would make it to 5 births. Honestly, dude, that does seem to kind of sort of sound like how historians and ancient accounts of ancient living describe the situation. Yeah, no, as horrible as it does sound, that does seem to actually add up and check out. Oh, God. Fuck. Yeah, let me just snap back to the outline. Fuck's sake. God. Yeah. I want to mention how shocked I was reading this book the first time. Where should I put that? Also, what's going on with the font here? Are we still... Is this actually... Huh. Bold looks a little weird to me. So... when I actually write this out in prose, I do for sure want to mention how shocked I was that describing warriors battling the gods and winning is like a shocking thing to read, even for like an atheist-leaning agnostic in modern times. Like, it was just a reminder that I had grown up under a Christian mindset in a Christian society. The fact that I was shocked at this happening is a reminder of just how pervasive religion is for thinking inside your head. Mention my shock at violence against gods being not only acceptable, but plausible. Elizabeth Van de Veer is a good Homer scholar. I was listening to her. She says that, like, maybe we shouldn't even be using the words gods in modern English. We should be using the original Greek of theos. The modern English word gods tends to overinflate their abilities and just how much power mortals have to slice them up and wound them and stick them in bottles for 13 days and make them scared. Like they're afraid of the mortals for a good chunk of this book. That is so wildly off the mark of how modern monotheism visualizes the one god, that I think the stuff going on with Diomedes even being able to fight the gods here is what I gotta talk about the most. Ooh, okay. What's a good note to end it on, I think, would be an attempt at a first sentence for this commentary section. Thank you for listening to Book 5 of the Iliad, in which, let me make sure I'm consistent with my previous explainers. I also think it's cute as hell that I'm using Mars the Bringer of War for this adaptation where scenes are gonna have Ares and someone who might as well be Ares on the Greek side. Diomedes might as well be a destructive force of man-made conflict in this chapter. Yeah, of course I would use the prototypical battle music that is titled after the classical war deities. Any case, thank you for listening to Book 3 of the Iliad. Where do I say it? Where do I say it? Where all the characters have finally been introduced, we finally get a first glimpse at what a Homeric action scene looks like, and we also finally have the first example of what I want to point out as a glaring historical inaccuracy. How does Book 2 go? Gosh, these commentary sections are as long as the material himself. This is another thing that, like, it's overwhelming just how deep this iceberg is for one guy's 2 stories that he told 2,800 years ago. Where? Okay, so the preposition I'm using is where. Is that the word preposition? I don't need to know what the grammatical term for where is. I just need to know to use where. Thank you for listening to Book 5... Yeah, Book 5, 2024 rewrite. Thank you for listening to Book 5 of the Iliad, where... where we finally... Okay, no. Where listeners who might have been... Thank you for listening to Book 5 of the Iliad, where listeners who might have been expecting to hear about Achilles going on an exciting combative rampage instead have to satisfy themselves with Diomedes doing it. Satisfy themselves with Diomedes. That's not an elegant way of explaining it. So, like, you sit down at your banquet expecting to hear about Achilles kicking ass, and the poet is well aware and satisfies you with an equally visceral rampage where Diomedes is kicking ass. Listeners who might have been expecting to hear about Achilles... Should I just say kicking ass? Book 4 of the Iliad, where the bard satisfies listeners who have been waiting Subby70. This is LibreOffice. I always have been using LibreOffice for all 13, 14, whatever, however many years of Bunny Hop it's been. It's always been LibreOffice. I've never used Microsoft Office. It's too expensive for the same thing. I'm not a corporation. I don't need to be like seamlessly sharing this document with 80 other machines in a giant building. I just need a word processor with a spell checker and a highlighter. Thank you for listening to Book 5 of the Iliad, where the bard satisfies listeners who have been... Book 5 of the Iliad, where the bard satisfies... We've been waiting a while for a good long... Listeners who might have been... who've been waiting... Achilles's, where the bard satisfies listeners who've been waiting to hear about Achilles. Ferociousness. Instead, Diomedes fills the role. Did I already talk about the Homeric narrative being like a camera in some other book explainer? I feel like I have some slight memories of that. I'm trying to think of a way to very, very, very succinctly summarize the events of Book 5 into, like, 4 or 5 more words or something like that. Yeah, actually, this is going to be a good transition. Instead, Diomedes fills the role, hacking and slashing his way. Propping them up. When I first read years ago, I was shocked at how was even able to, even within the realm of modern fiction inspired by the realms of modern day fantasy fiction inspired by the ancient epics. Their gods This is a weird... I'm trying to think if, like... maybe I should just keep the language vague instead of giving an example. Like, the Daedra and the Aedra and Elder Scrolls are more powerful than the Olympian Greek gods. I don't remember what term the world builders use for the Warcraft gods, but they're, like, really abstract and omnipotent. They don't directly participate like the Daedra and the Aedra do. The Elder Scrolls is very Hellenic game made by absolute Hellenophiles, and the gods are very, very Greek in the sense that they look like people and talk like people and interact with people, but they still have a degree of omnipotency that... I was actually taking notes on this a while ago. Of omnipotency, omniscience, that these actual Homeric Olympians, the Homeric depiction of the Olympians, at least there are so many other depictions of these guys in Greek mythology where they're not going to be able to be stabbed by mortals and be chased away by mortals and be beaten in battle by mortals. In Homer, they are not omniscient, they don't know everything, they can be distracted. They are still bound to universal material rules of how the world works. Right, in Homer, the gods, like, they have travel time. It takes them a couple days to fly from Ethiopia back to Greece. I think the Aedra and the Daedra and the Elder Scrolls can just teleport around. They're not transcendent. The gods of some other pop culture, modern fantasy franchises will tick those boxes. It sounds more like a Christian god, a monotheistic, Abrahamic god. Transcendent, beyond the universe. Visualize a sphere covering the universe and then God beyond that. That's definitely not how the Olympians work. Omniscient, visualize everything everywhere, all at once that's ever happened, that's happening right now, that will happen in the future. That's a modern monotheistic god. That's totally not a Homeric Olympian god. Yeah, no, this is actually good stuff. I can explain that here. Heck, when I first read Book 5 years ago, I was shocked at how Diomedes was even able to. Even modern pop culture, modern day fantasy fiction inspired, modern day pop culture So, I'm not gonna say the franchises with my mind, but I'm on paper here, it's probably not gonna support my argument, but because I'm getting into the realms of like nerd video game stuff. But when I think of like the Elder Scroll, I'm using as my primary example here the Elder Scrolls, the Aedra and the Daedra and the Elder Scrolls, the gods, the lowercase g gods with one omnipotent creator god in Warcraft. And Star Wars. The Force in Star Wars. The Force is totally an Abrahamic thing, right? Or a Platonic thing? Either way, modern day pop culture, when engaging with theological issues in a fantasy setting, will still depict a more Christianized vision of what the old world pagan gods would be functioning like than the source material is going to give you. How can I say that elegantly in like 2 sentences? Spider-Man with incest, because comic book heroes are the comparison. Well, I'm not thinking of comic book heroes. I'm thinking of the fantasy genre, where it is explicitly the history inspiration angle is so much more explicit in that genre than it is the comic book ones. The comic book ones just kind of feel like the tradition accidentally repeating itself. The Elder Scrolls is a simulationist depiction of living in a cosmological fantasy world that is borderline copy-pasted from the real-life ancient world itself. I'm like when I close my eyes and think of what a modern, the quintessential modern medievalist fantasy setting is, I think of the Elder Scrolls. I think of that before I even think of Tolkien, because I was trying to think of Tolkien earlier, and like the Tolkien universe, I think actually is a monotheistic one. You got powerful wizards, but they don't pretend to be gods. And so far as there is gods, I think the one god of the Tolkien universe is called Numenor. The entire universe is supposed to be a dream that God is thinking up with words, which is the Book of John, real-life Christianity. So Tolkien doesn't even count. I should just erase this line. I should just say, like, or rewrite this line altogether and be like, even in the most Hellenophile nowadays, and I'm primarily let me just say it like that in my actual speaking out loud voice. Primarily thinking of the Elder Scrolls when I say that. I'll cite franchise instead of video games. I'm primarily thinking of the Elder Scrolls franchise when I say that. Issues. It is, Jamie Hopper, it is hard to tell after all this whether or not the Elder Scrolls really is a Tolkien homage. Tolkien is so instrumental to popularizing modern day, or at least steering the modern day fantasy genre towards a place inspired by ancient Hellenic, ancient epics. No, okay, the big difference comes with how, like, the Elder Scrolls is Mediterranean Eurasia, a fantasy, Americans imagining a Mediterranean Eurasian fantasy where gods and monsters and magic exist. It all seems very pagan. Whereas Lord of the Rings is like a Englishman who actually grew up in the old world of England and saw it transition into the new world around World War I, and had this like deep nostalgia for some romanticized, pastoralized sense of the distant past. Like he's not an American. He wasn't necessarily explicitly doing it to make money for a big video game project that would have required tens of other authors to dip their fingers into the pile. And its scope seems more exclusively Nordic than Mediterranean. If you read the Iliad and the Odyssey, you're reading something I feel is closer to the Elder Scrolls than Tolkien. I mean, I'm working my way backwards to make that connection, but it seems like as much as deep of a debt as the Elder Scrolls would owe to Tolkien, it seems like it might have steered towards a different place geographically and culturally to be remembered as a mere homage. And yeah, Lord of the Rings, yeah, the Elder Scrolls is so much more explicitly pagan, and Lord of the Rings is a Christian allegory. It was written in inspiration of old pagan epics. Almost because, like, Tolkien wanted a Northern European version of the Mediterranean version of the epics. Like, this is why I use the word more exclusively Nordic. He was writing that with the pretensions that the Northern Europeans didn't have quite as rich a body of textual epics as the Greeks and the Romans did. D&D lore, yes, that's the one I forgot. D&D, yes, explicit, clear transition from Tolkien getting popular with hippies in the 60s to D&D getting popular with hippies and the nerds in the 70s. Yes, no, there we go. So let me stuff like Dungeons and Dragons and the Elder Scrolls when I say that. Issues of godliness and theology will still defer to a Christian default. Hell yeah, there we go, writing. Fuck yeah. Ha-ha! I have written three sentences. Woo! I should call it a night. There we go. I got the train rolling again. The ball's rolling. I can relax for a couple hours, and I don't even know if I'm gonna go to bed. I can relax for a couple hours and pick this back up right where I left it off, and the train will still keep going. Hell yeah! All right. Let's pause that. I heard that one like 20 times by now. I'm going to be picking Metal Gear Solid Ghost Babel back up either Friday or Saturday, depending on whether or not a good friend of mine wants to play, watch a movie over the phone or play games over the phone or something. Yeah. Thank you. Now I have hiccups from being so excited and happy about continuing this beloved passion project of mine that I fell out of the creative habits for over a year now. This is great. Awesome. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for helping me get into this better habit that has helped me get back into better productive habits, get me back into a mindset where I can look forward to being appreciated for my existence in this insane universe full of insane, crazy people. Come back next time to learn more about the long 4,000-year-long history of how humans have been convincing ourselves that we're not insane. Very unconvincingly at that, I might add.